you, or to die. When she had pulled off the interstate and dared to take her own path back to Texas, she had made a choice that had changed everything in her life. The peals of thunder rumbling along the horizon caused her to jump. It's still far back, it just looks closer. Try not to think about it. Don't give it any more energy, Grant advised her.
That's easy for you to say. You're used to all this.
I'm tired of all this. Grant gave her a wan smile. But it's nice to have a companion again.
I feel like I haven't been very good company. First I accuse you of being a delusion, a phantom of my imagination. Then I ignore all your advice and nearly end up in a grave. Again. I'm a real pain in your ass.
At least you've moved on to at least entertaining the thought that what you are experiencing might be real.
That's progress, huh? She winced. Or a major step back if this is all a delusion.
Don't overthink it.
Grant looped his arm around her waist and gave her a gentle squeeze, and she rewarded him with a smile. The small gestures of reassurance were appreciated. The man she was traveling with was obviously a very tactile person, which was reminiscent of her ex-husband. It made her feel a little awkward whenever he touched her, but she was growing accustomed to it as she had with Tanner. Strangely, Mackenzie didn't have a problem showing tenderness to others, but she struggled to accept it.
You're overthinking it, Grant decided, chuckling as he observed her somber expression. The terrifying roar of the tornado drew her attention again.
I just feel like this place is giving me a whole new list of things to be scared of.
It was difficult to ignore the stationary mammoth funnel of swirling gray clouds. Lightning crackled along its edges, and the debris caught in the fierce winds tumbled through the air, never falling to the earth below. It's not moving, Grant reminded her. It's someone else's terror manifesting, not yours.
The words resonated within her. Her whole life she had carried her mother's admonitions in her head like an endless looping tape. With Tanner's encouragement, she'd managed to break free from a lot of the negativity embedded in her psyche by her mother's incessant paranoia. But when Joshua had died, it had returned with force. Losing her baby and her husband seemed to be the fulfillment of all her mother's dire portents. If Mackenzie was honest with herself, she had believed to some extent that the disintegration of her life with Tanner was punishment for leaving her mother. Now all around her were the manifestations of other people's paranoia, and she was starting to adopt them as her own. It was what she'd done her entire life. Casting an inquisitive look her way, Grant lifted his eyebrows. Mackenzie just smiled, not willing to divulge her internal revelations. Continuing her steady pace, she reached into her purse and lightly caressed the baby blanket with her fingertips before pulling out her journal. Though she continued to walk, she scribbled another line on her new list. Don't adopt other people's fears. Before Grant could lean over to see what she'd written, she snapped the journal shut and stored it away. You like lists, don't you? They keep me focused.
The narrow lane they were on was nearing a crossroads. The endless walking was beginning to take a toll on her, and Mackenzie was glad for a visual indicator that they were at least making some headway on their journey out of the area. The T-shaped intersection was a couple 100 yards away, and a thicket of trees and overgrown bushes made an imposing green wall. It almost felt like they were in a maze. A new low growling sound filled the air, freezing Mackenzie in her tracks. It took several seconds for her to realize it was the sound of a car engine. Grant caught her by the arm and flung her toward the brush on the side of the road.
Losing her balance, she tumbled into the ditch filled with tall wild grass and bits of gravel. The grit bit into her palms when she tried to push herself upright. Then she was knocked onto her side by Grant as he fell onto the ground next to her. "What the hell, Grant?" Covering her mouth, Grant settled on top of her in a protective manner. In a whisper, he said into her ear, "We can't travel by car. It's something else." Vastly uncomfortable with the way Grant covered her body while pinning her to the ground, Mackenzie struggled to get free, but he held her down. A rock was digging into her stomach and the dry grass poked at her face. "We're in danger," Grant hissed. "Stop moving." The roar of the car intensified as it approached from the direction they'd come from. Was something stalking them? The sharp squeal of tires and the reek of exhaust filled the air. There was a loud creak as a car door opened and a man's voice called out, "Anyone there?" The claustrophobic press of Grant's body made it difficult for Mackenzie not to squirm, but she remained still beneath him. The man calling out over the grumble of the car didn't sound familiar, and she realized that she had fully expected to hear Tanner. The vehicle sounded more like a sports car than Tanner's truck, but she couldn't see it since Grant covered her completely and the grass obscured her view. "Hello? Anyone out there? I'm not one of them. I'm human." Grant fiercely wagged his head, his finger pressed to his lips. "I won't hurt you. I promise. I'm human." The stranger sounded a little aggravated, or maybe worried. "I know you're scared. I can help you." Again, Grant gave a shake of his head. Dread bubbling up inside her, Mackenzie nodded in response and remained silent. The stranger then lowered his voice, seemingly speaking to someone else. Closing her eyes, Mackenzie shifted her hand so it slid inside her purse. The softness of the baby blanket beneath her fingers was inexplicably comforting. It reminded her that the worst thing she could ever have imagined had already happened. This new threat couldn't hurt her any more than she already had been hurt. As if in response to this revelation, the car door banged shut and the car shot away. The squeal of the brakes indicated its turn onto the country road ahead, and then it was gone. With a grunt, Grant got up, reclaimed his walking stick, and crept through the grass to check the lane. Mackenzie rolled onto her back, gripping her bag to her chest. The journal and small laptop made it heavy, and her shoulder hurt from carrying it. But it was worth the discomfort. The few possessions she retained were her anchor to another world that still contained the promise of a new beginning. She had to hold on to that and push through this nightmare dimension. "What was it, Grant?" "Wraiths. Hunting." Grant bent over and helped her back to her feet. "They knew we were here, didn't they?" After shoving the straps of her purse over her shoulder, Mackenzie wiped off the dirt, pollen, and bits of grass from her hair and clothes. "You burn bright, like I told you before." Grant fussed with his own clothing, but kept an eye on the intersection ahead. "That's why I covered you with my body." "To hide my brightness?" "Exactly." "Did it work?" "I hope so." "Why can't I see this brightness on myself?" "Because you haven't died enough to be infected by this world, Mackenzie. The more you lose, the more you see it in others." Inhaling a sharp breath, Mackenzie said, "I see." How many times had Grant died? Did he even keep count? The thought was disturbing. "Let's keep moving. The car went in the opposite direction we're heading in." Grant paused, then added, "Thanks for listening to me. I know that wasn't comfortable." "I appreciate you looking out for me," Mackenzie replied, shrugging.
Even though she was his meal ticket and haven provider, Mackenzie did sense Grant was starting to care about her as a friend. Cautiously, they walked along the edge of the lane, keeping an eye out for the mysterious car or any other potential attackers. When, at last, they reached the intersection, Mackenzie stared at the sign with frustration. Names overlapped each other in different fonts, making it incredibly difficult to read. "This sign makes no sense to me. I have no idea what it even says." "Town names, old road names, that sort of thing. The world has changed a lot since this sign went up. It reflects that." The world she had left behind was also changing, and without her. That truth was not lost on her. Tanner was carving out a new life for himself with his pregnant girlfriend, while she walked Texas back roads avoiding scary monsters. This was not the new life she'd imagined for herself. "I should have known I'd find you out here with him," Tanner's voice said, startling her. Whirling about, she was shocked to see him coasting along the asphalt on his motorcycle toward them. The rumble of the engine mingled with the deafening noise of the tornado and the thunderous booms. It gave the eerie impression of coming from the same source. "Mackenzie, it's not him," Grant said, a warning in his voice. "I know." Yet her heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. Boyishly handsome in his jeans, motorcycle boots, black t-shirt, and leather jacket, he elicited a throb of desire within her. Clenching her hands, she turned away from the vision of Tanner and walked in the direction Grant had chosen earlier. With all her mental strength, she tried not to believe in the wraith. "Not going to say anything, Mac?" Tanner gunned the motorcycle so it pulled even with her. "You're out here with him and you're not going to explain yourself?" Mackenzie refused an answer and followed Grant off the road into the tall grass. The motorcycle followed, but paced them on the shoulder. "Mac, what's up with you? Look at me. Talk to me." Tanner's voice, his inflections, his words. It was so very hard to ignore him. "Mackenzie Babin, answer your husband." "Mom?" Mackenzie whirled about. Surprise hit her like a ton of bricks when she saw Estelle riding behind Tanner on his bike. Clad in the sexy jeans she favored and highly polished black cowboy boots with red and gold accents, Mackenzie's mother glared at her. In her late 40s, Estelle still had a lean figure honed from competitively riding horses, and her face was barely lined, even though she was always tan from her time spent in the sun. Her cornflower blue eyes were expertly made up, and her lips shimmered in hues of pink that matched the tank top under her denim jacket. As always, Estelle's golden-streaked auburn hair was blown out and heavily hairsprayed to perfection. Even the wind wasn't ruffling it. "We've been looking all over for you. Why did you abandon your car? Why are you out here walking with that man? Who is he?" Estelle demanded. "Estelle, she's plumb lost her mind," Tanner said in a dark voice, glowering at Mackenzie. "I told you." Mackenzie could smell her mother's flowery perfume, and the hint of mint from the gum she chewed after smoking. "Mom, Don't pay attention to them," Grant urged. "Well," Estelle answered, arching a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. It was hard not to answer. The woman before her looked exactly like her mother, smelled like her, even exuded her strength and force of personality. "Mackenzie, answer me. Didn't I raise you properly? I told you over and over again not to be a damn fool, and yet here you are in the middle of nowhere walking along a road with a complete stranger." "She's lost it," Tanner said grimly. His gloved hands tightened on the bars of his bike. "Totally lost it. Abandoning her car, not answering her phone, and now this." "Where do you think you're going, Mackenzie?" Estelle's voice cut through her like a knife, demanding that she answer. How can you be so reckless, so thoughtless? Haven't I taught you anything?"
Mackenzie locked her lips together, kept her head tilted downward, and fought the urge to defend herself to the beings on the motorcycle.
"Who is this guy, Mac? Why are you running off with him? You've been acting all crazy and suddenly you're gone. Just left me and Joshua in the lurch. To do what? Run off with some hobo that doesn't even have a car?"
Tanner's voice was a mixture of hurt and loathing.
"They're not real,"
Grant again reminded her.
"Mackenzie, answer him. What the hell is going on with you?"
The click of cowboy boots landing on the road jerked Mackenzie's attention toward Estelle. The older woman stalked toward her, both hands on her narrow hips.
"Answer him, for God's sake." "You're not real," Mackenzie shouted. "You're not real." "What the hell?"
Estelle couldn't have looked more shocked if Mackenzie had slapped her.
"Just like that tornado. You're not real."
Mackenzie pointed as she realized the growling roar of the tornado was gone.
"What the hell are you talking about?" Tanner asked, narrowing his eyes.
Mackenzie's hand dropped as she stared at the spot where the tornado had been spinning just moments before. The storm was still crawling across the sky, but the vortex of high winds was nowhere to be seen. Her hands shook at her sides as her mind struggled to comprehend what was going on.
"Mackenzie, don't listen to them. It's all an illusion."
Grant leaning toward her, his lips lightly brushing her ear.
"I tried calling you. I tried to tell you that the state troopers were at the cafe, that you needed to head back there. I thought that maybe you had broken down and were lost, that you didn't have any coverage. But then I find you just walking along the road as though nothing is wrong, and with a complete stranger."
Estelle looked at her incredulously.
"What the hell, Mackenzie? What the hell? Who is this freak anyway? Is he drugging you or something? Because you don't look okay," Tanner added.
"I lost my Xanax," Mackenzie said in a weak voice, her mind a clutter of confusing thoughts.
"Are you having some sort of nervous breakdown?"
Estelle stomped over, stopped short, and stared.
"You look like shit. Who is this guy? Did he kidnap you?"
"Mom," Mackenzie whispered. Was she having a breakdown? Were the terrible things she had encountered just illusions? Was Grant just keeping her confused for his own diabolical reasons?
"Stop talking to them. Ignore them," Grant said, his hand clutching hers in an attempt to drag her away. "Fuck you," Tanner shouted, parking his bike and climbing off. "You and me, right now. Let's settle this like men." "No!" Mackenzie darted at Tanner. "You leave him be!"
Tanner loomed before her, angry and frustrated, reminding her of the only true fight they'd ever had. It had taken place the night Tanner had left her for good, the night he'd tried to pack up the nursery and she had fought him.
"Mac, talk to me. Tell me what the hell is going on with you. Are you leaving me?" "How could you leave Joshua?" Estelle's voice was pure ice. "What sort of mother are you?" "Joshua's dead," Mackenzie sobbed. "You know that."
Estelle's eyes narrowed.
"What are you talking about? He's with Angie right now."
An evil form of hope swelled in Mackenzie's heart. It was dark, dangerous, and sent her teetering at the edge of the abyss of madness.
"Joshua's alive?"
Clutching her hair tightly, Mackenzie shrank away from them. She remembered vividly Tanner leaving the house, slamming the door behind him, the roar of his motorcycle when he rode away, leaving her alone in a house full of broken dreams. This couldn't be real. This terrible yet wonderful reality where Joshua was alive, Tanner was still her husband, and Mackenzie was losing her mind and wandering the back roads of Texas.
"Just come home," We'll get you to a doctor. Find out what's wrong. You're acting crazy, baby," Tanner whispered, his voice sweet and wonderful in her ears. "No. I remember you leaving. I remember Joshua's tiny body in my arms. His lips were black and his little heart was still. And I remember the coffin, that beautiful little coffin being lowered into that awful grave. You're not real. You're not my mom, and you're not Tanner." She latched on to the truth in her words, and mentally pulled away from the toxic hope they had tried to use against her. "You're fucking crazy!" Estelle screeched at her. Mackenzie shoved the woman, knocking her back a few feet. Then she struck her again, sending Estelle sprawling to the ground. Tanner snatched Mackenzie from behind, lifting her feet off the ground. "You're coming home and taking care of our baby," Tanner growled in her ear. "Fuck you!" Mackenzie yanked the knife out of her purse and stabbed Tanner in the thigh. With a gasp, he released her. "What the hell did you do that for?" Mackenzie yanked the blade out of his flesh. Holding up the bloodied blade, she backed away from him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Estelle climbing to her feet. "Grant?" "I'm here," he answered from just behind her. "We need to keep going," she said, thrusting the knife at Tanner. Tanner's face creased into a sneer. "You're fucking nuts, Mac. You're not suited to be a mama of any baby. You're fucking insane." "This is why your baby died," Estelle shouted. "I thought you said he was with Angie." A wild smile of triumph spread on her face. "You're fucking wraiths! Liars!" She planted her foot against the side of the bike and shoved. It fell over in a slow arc. "You hate each other. You can't stand each other, and my real mother would never get on a motorcycle. She called them death traps." The woman wearing her mother's face screeched, the sound inhuman and painful. In a flash of movement, her mother's form vanished into a writhing, twisting mass of darkness, then was gone. "You too!" Mackenzie thrust the knife at the form of her ex-husband. "Go away! I know what you are!" The smirk on Tanner's face was diabolical, but scarily familiar. The dangerous aspect of Tanner's personality that he kept at bay was on prominent display on the face of his doppelganger. "I'll be back for you, honey pie." His body dissolved into darkness, then vanished. As she dropped to her knees, the adrenaline left her in a rush. Shaking, Mackenzie laid the knife on the ground and forced herself to breathe. Hesitantly, Grant squatted beside her, not speaking. "Why didn't you do anything?" Mackenzie asked, fury in her voice. "You had to deal with that yourself," Grant answered somberly. His blue eyes were compassionate yet sorrowful. "It was time for you to stand up to them." I almost believed them. For a moment, I wanted it to be true. "I know." I wanted to really believe that I was a fucking lunatic and that Joshua was safe with Angie. "I know, Mackenzie." Grant didn't make any moves to console her. He just watched. The ridiculousness of it all elicited a crazed giggle, and Mackenzie covered her mouth in embarrassment. Grant smiled slightly. Tears in her eyes, but laughter trying to wiggle its way out of her, Mackenzie slumped over onto the ground. Her eyes flicked toward the horizon where the tornado once more raged. She never thought she'd feel so relieved to see a deathly funnel. The bike was gone from the roadside, too. "It's trying to convince me I'm crazy, isn't it?" Mackenzie watched Grant stretch out next to her. He nodded, and she sighed. "What if they had sucked me in?" "They would have kept the illusion alive long enough to push you over the edge." "Like the coffin in the crib," Mackenzie whispered. "Yes, like that."
Would you have tried to save me then?
Grant bobbed his head once. Yes, I would have stepped in if they had convinced you to believe in their lies, but I had faith that you would see what they really were.
Did you? Why?
Grant hesitated, then rolled over so he could look into her eyes. Because a pain as deep as yours may be your weakness in this world, but it can also be your strength, your anchor to what is real.
You're so sad, Grant,
she whispered. She could see it etched into his features and his posture. His eyes were haunted and forlorn. So are you, he answered, shrugging.
Will they be back?
She stared at the knife. There was no blood on the blade now. In time, but we should move on. That storm is heading our way. Mackenzie clambered to her feet and shoved the knife into her purse. Casting a worried look at the storm clouds, she could see it was darkening considerably, turning a grayish green that warned of killer winds and possibly hail.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Together, they walked onto the road, Grant's walking stick lightly tapping on the asphalt.
Grant,
Mackenzie said after a few minutes of silence. Yes?
The next time they attack, you better hit them with that damn stick.
He chuckled. All right.
I'm okay with you wanting me to stand up to them and recognize what was going on. But no more tough love, okay? Just beat them senseless.
You got it.
Mackenzie smiled and nudged him lightly with her shoulder in a playful manner.
To her surprise, the anxiety attack that had been threatening was gone now. She felt a lot more clear-headed than she had in a long while. Weirdly, standing up to the wraiths and stripping them of their disguises had helped her banish her growing terror. When she had the opportunity, she would need to add another line to her list. Don't give in to the madness. She was feeling quite confident when she spotted the red balloon bouncing along the edge of the road. A sad clown face had been drawn on it, the yellow paint still wet in appearance. Swallowing hard, she felt her heart speed up at the sight of the merrily bouncing balloon. The wind caught it, spun it about, and it disappeared into the woods, but not before Mackenzie saw that a word had been written on the opposite side of the face. It read, Soon. Chapter 11. The hail beat on the roof of the small house and clanked against the windows. The high winds tore at the trees surrounding the structure, breaking off brittle branches, stripping leaves and sending them spinning into the air. The rain sounded like a waterfall, pouring off the roof and porch. It was one of the worst storms Mackenzie had ever experienced, and the deafening claps of thunder unsettled her. The small house consisted of a living room, a kitchen, and a single bedroom with a bathroom added on in the back. From the design of the furniture and appliances, Mackenzie suspected it had been abandoned in the 30s or 40s. Tucked into the small restored kitchen, Grant and Mackenzie sipped coffee and ate sandwiches, made from ingredients in the revitalized refrigerator. This time she hadn't experienced any pain like she had when she'd restored the other house. Mackenzie hoped it was a sign she was acclimating to her new ability and that the pain wouldn't return. Lightning flashed, and the echoing thunder shook the window panes. Mackenzie gasped and almost choked on the cheese sandwich. Once the lightning passes, we should keep going, Grant said, after a long gulp from his glass of milk. It's a few more hours until nightfall, and there should be a better place down the road.
You're afraid the house is going to tip over, aren't you?
Mackenzie had wondered the same thing. Even though she had restored it, the house wasn't in very good condition. That, and I think we're going to get hit harder next time.
With a sigh, Mackenzie set aside the rest of her sandwich. It didn't actually surprise her that her victory would be so short-lived. It was unnerving to admit it, but her surroundings felt like a living, breathing entity that was constantly watching and assessing her while it waited to strike again. Resting her elbow on the table, she set her chin in her hand and plaintively stared at him. "What is it?" "Are you sure I can't restore a gun or something? Maybe a bazooka? You know, something with the firepower to blow them away?" Grant chuckled. "Though the thought is appealing, no, we can't." "I don't like feeling defenseless." She pushed her half-eaten sandwich away. "I hate feeling like I have no options." "If you trust me, Mackenzie, I can guide you. You can survive here. I've been doing it for years." "But you're—" She stopped herself. Grant's blue eyes lifted to stare into hers. Within their depths, she saw his sorrow. In some ways, it perfectly mirrored her own. Maybe that was why he seemed to understand her grief. "Yes, I'm a bit worn down, battered. But I'm better now that you are here." The smile that followed was heartfelt and kind. Mackenzie returned the gesture, her hand lightly touching his. The banging on the door in the rear of the small kitchen startled them. "Please!" a voice screamed. "Please open up!" Mackenzie fumbled with her purse, searching for her knife, while Grant seized his walking stick. "Please, I know you're in there. Please, open up!" It was a female voice, young and terrified. "Is it a wraith?" "Most likely." Grant inched toward the door. "Please open the door. He's coming for me. I can't die again. Please, please!" The frantic hammering shook the wooden door. "Is she real? She sounds real." Again, Mackenzie was torn between her desire to help and her own fears. The voice of the child screaming still haunted her, even though she knew it had been part of a trap. "Please," the woman sobbed. "Please, I can't take much more. I just can't. I don't want to die again." The soul-crushing pain in the woman's voice sounded too much like her own after she'd lost her son and abolished Mackenzie's doubts. The emotional rawness of the woman's cries echoed as truth within Mackenzie. She darted past Grant to let the weeping woman into their haven. "Mackenzie, no! I have to help!" Mackenzie jerked open the door. On the stoop stood a young woman in a faded pink sundress, her blonde hair darkened by the streams of rainwater running off from the tips. Her brown eyes were puffy from crying, and her lips were blue from the cold. "Please, he'll kill me again. I can't go through that again," she wailed. "I just can't." Mackenzie reached out, snagged her arm, and yanked her inside. With an irritated sound, Grant slammed the door shut and locked it. Violently trembling, the young woman sank into the chair Mackenzie scooted toward her as her wild eyes searched their faces. Grant laid his jacket gently over her shivering shoulders. "Thank you, she whispered gratefully. "Thank you for letting me in." Mackenzie slid into the chair next to the woman who appeared genuinely terrified. It was difficult for Mackenzie to see the desperation in the stranger's eyes and not be compelled to help. "I'm Mackenzie. That's Grant. Who are you, hon?" "Tildy," the young woman answered in a distinct East Texas accent. Grant busied himself making coffee while Mackenzie pushed the remaining half of her cheese sandwich toward Tildy. Waves of fear were rolling off the woman, pulling at Mackenzie's own anxieties. "Who's after you?" Tildy snatched up the sandwich and ate hungrily. Around large bites, she said, "The clown. He's why I got trapped in a dead spot. He follows me. Every time he kills me, he finds me so he can do it again." "Oh, Lord." I sometimes get away for a few weeks, but then he finds me again."
Tildy rubbed her nose with her hand, wiping away snot and tears. Mackenzie grabbed a towel off the nearby counter and handed it to her.
"That's horrible. I'm so sorry."
Shoving her wet hair back over her shoulders, Tildy scrubbed her face with the towel and blew her nose again. After giving Grant a wary look while he prepared a pot of coffee, Tildy regarded Mackenzie with fearful eyes.
"You're real, right? I used to be able to tell, but I have trouble now. I get so riled up and nervous and everything looks dark."
"We're real," Mackenzie assured her. "We're not wraiths."
"Wraiths? You mean those black blobs that turn into monsters?"
Tildy didn't ask for permission, but drank the rest of Grant's milk in one gulp.
"Yeah, Grant calls them wraiths. What the clown is,"
Mackenzie answered.
"Oh, no, the clown ain't no wraith, hon."
Tildy shook her head adamantly.
"The clown is a person, a real person. I know because he's the asshole who kidnapped me when I was at the county fair in the real world. He knocked me out when I was walking in my car. When I came to, he had me all tied up in the back of his van."
Grant set a cup of coffee in front of Tildy and another sandwich. Tildy tore into the meal, gobbling it hungrily. "So the clown brought you into the dead spot?" Grant asked in a calm, soothing voice.
"Yeah, he dragged me into this old abandoned barn, and then it went really batshit crazy."
Tears welled in her eyes as she gulped down the food with some difficulty.
"That's when the dead spot got us."
"How do you know about the dead spots?" Grant watched the newcomer thoughtfully. Mackenzie had the impression that he didn't trust Tildy, but was at least willing to listen to her story.
"Honey, I have been in here long enough to know about the dead spots. The clown killed me the night he trapped us here. I woke up in a field and took off running away from that damn barn. Along the way, I ran into other people and a whole lot of monsters. I thought I was in hell at first, which made no sense because I'm a Baptist and was saved by Jesus. I learned about the dead spots from this old man in a truck. He set me straight after I asked him for a ride, but he said he couldn't take me with him. I was too messed up already, he said. So I kept running, but the clown found me. He always finds me."
"Did you just escape?" Mackenzie asked, her heart rapidly beating in her chest. The story was too horrible not to be true, and it frightened her. Grant refilled the woman's coffee cup and got up to make her yet another sandwich.
"You could say that," Tildy said in a grim voice. "He killed me again today. I just woke up nearby. He'll be looking for me."
Her reddened eyes were glossy with tears, and Mackenzie reached out to take her dirty hand.
"It doesn't matter how far away I get. He always finds me. I know he kills others, but he has this special taste for me. He told me so." "Grant, this guy is a shadow, isn't he?"
Mackenzie noted the stiffness in Grant's shoulders and his very controlled movements. She suspected he was upset that she was giving shelter to someone who was only going to put them in more danger.
"He's a fucking serial killer, that's what he is," Tildy spat out. "He loves it. He always makes it go so damn slow. He likes to take his time and enjoy it. The pain.
"You don't have to say any more." Grant's voice was kind but firm. "We believe your story." Tildy sipped the hot coffee, rubbing her hands against the ceramic when she set it down on the table.
Thank you. Thank you for taking me in."
Mackenzie felt a little faint, and she uneasily scrutinized the rainfall outside the windows. She thought of the 2 balloons she had seen since arriving and wondered if they were connected to the clown. If so, the word soon may have been a warning, a threat or a promise, or all 3. The quiet sobs of the woman broke Mackenzie's heart. Leaning forward, she said, "We'll protect you, Tildy. I promise."
You're so good to take me in. Things aren't always as they appear in this world, you know."
Tildy lowered her voice in a conspiratorial manner. "Yes, I know. Trust me, I've seen things that—" Mackenzie was at a loss for words. She felt foolish for even comparing her ghastly encounters with the wraiths to the terrible violence Tildy had experienced. Grant set another sandwich and cup of coffee in front of Tildy. "Here you go."
"Oh, God, I'm so grateful to both of you. It's been so long since I had a real meal of any kind. The more I die, the harder it's getting to shape anything useful."
"That's the after effect of death in this world," Grant answered in a gentle voice.
"Unlike the after effect in the real world. You know, staying dead."
Tildy shook her head in agitation.
"I wish I would stay dead. I wish I would stay dead so it would all just stop."
Not knowing what to say, Mackenzie clutched the other woman's hands while Tildy wept. Grant left them alone, and Mackenzie heard the old sofa in the living room squeak and the rustle of paper.
"You're so sweet to take me in,"
Tildy managed to say after a few minutes.
"I'm just doing what I can. You're new here, right? You can do all of this still."
Tildy's eyes darted over the room. "Yeah, I've only been here a day."
"A day?"
Tildy gaped at her.
"A day? Then you still don't know how bad it can get."
"Probably not, though what I've gone through already is—" Mackenzie stopped herself. "It's nothing compared to what you're going through."
"You have a much better handle on all this than I've ever had,"
Tildy said in awe.
"Look at this place. And you have that man with you, too. I can't make anything like this happen for me. I just run. I just always run."
"You're doing what you can," Mackenzie said, trying to console her.
"I want to make it to the dream palaces, but I know they won't let me in."
Tildy sighed, her eyes gleaming wetly.
"I'm ruined. Broken."
Mackenzie wondered what a dream palace was, and was about to ask when a creak on the floor drew their attention to the doorway to the living room. Grant stood there, his expression inscrutable. "We need to go. The rain has let up. To keep ahead of the clown, we best get moving." "You don't think we should let her clean up? Maybe get warm?" Mackenzie glanced at the forlorn woman worriedly. Tildy looked so bedraggled and afraid. "Not if this clown is after her. It's better for us to move on than stay here." Grant gave her a pointed look, but Mackenzie wasn't sure what it meant. He disappeared into the living room. Turning to Tildy, she saw the woman staring after Grant with a look of longing on her face.
"I suppose you don't need to travel to a dream palace. You can make your own."
"I don't Let's go," Grant called out. Mackenzie pushed out her chair and stood to help Tildy up. The woman was still violently shivering and clutching Grant's jacket with her thin hands.
"I'm sorry to put you out like this, Mackenzie, but I just can't bear to die again. Not so soon."
"I understand," Mackenzie said soothingly. "Don't worry, we'll help you. There are 3 of us against 1 of him." Mackenzie hoped that would be enough. She wasn't sure what it would be like to battle a living being in this terrible world.
"It's better odds than I usually have,"
Tildy said, forcing a smile onto her face. She wasn't a pretty girl, but her smile was sweet. Wrapping one arm around the woman's shoulders, Mackenzie guided her out of the kitchen and into the living room. Grant stood in the doorway, staring out at the drive that led to the road. "It's clear. I don't see anyone. We better get going." Opening the door, Grant exited onto the porch.
scrutinizing the area before motioning for them to follow. Their footsteps thumped over the porch. Stepping into the knee-high wet grass, Mackenzie listened to the soft patter of water drops falling from the trees lining the drive. It was a peaceful sound that belied the danger of their situation. Tildy's feet were caked in mud, the straps of her leather sandals frayed and stained. The mud sucked at her feet and made it difficult for her to walk. Tildy didn't complain, but soldiered on, her thin arms crossed over her chest, her elbows and shoulders sticking out sharply against the fabric of Grant's jacket. Witnessing Tildy's discomfort, Mackenzie wished she could bring along the objects she restored in the dead spots. The world around them was hushed. Even the roar of the tornado spinning on the horizon was strangely muted. There wasn't a breeze, but the air was crisp against Mackenzie's face. Huddled in Grant's jacket, Tildy slogged along behind the tall man with Mackenzie a step behind her. When they arrived at the road, Grant spent a good minute or two scrutinizing the woods. Mackenzie and Tildy clustered close together, watching and waiting for him to speak.
"Are we heading up toward Nacogdoches?"
Tildy finally asked. "We should keep heading south," Grant said at last. "There is too much activity to the north and east."
"You said there is somewhere safe for us to stay, right?"
Mackenzie's fingers lightly touched the knife she had tucked into the side pocket of her purse. Its presence was reassuring. "There's a motel somewhere up ahead," Grant answered.
"Near the old amusement park. I hate that place."
Tildy pulled the jacket lapels, shivering from either the cool dampness in the air or fear.
"An amusement park?"
Mackenzie appealed to Grant with her eyes.
"We can't. Isn't that like the perfect place for him to haunt?"
"This is the only road that will lead us away from where we have seen the worst activity today. There are hardly any towns or houses in this direction." Grant tapped his walking stick against the pavement, his brow furrowed, and his expression frustrated. "I just don't see how we have a choice."
"He's right."
Tildy's voice was barely above a whisper. Her dark eyes shifted about, surveying the dark woods and the ominous clouds above.
"Besides, that asshole could be anywhere. Excuse my language."
"Nothing to excuse." Mackenzie withdrew the knife from her purse and stared at its scorched blade. Could she actually use it to defend herself and her companions against someone she knew was not a wraith? She hadn't thought twice about attacking the wraith imitating Tanner, but could she use the knife against an actual human being, even if he was a serial killer? Deep within herself, she knew the answer was that she could. Recognizing that aspect of herself made her uneasy. Tildy's fingers fluttered against the collar of Grant's jacket, her eyes darting back and forth between Mackenzie's face and the knife.
"It won't stop him, you know."
"It might." Mackenzie noted Tildy's discomfort and tucked it into the pocket in the purse again. The last thing she wanted to do was upset the shivering woman even more. "The best plan is to keep moving. Make it past the amusement park and find that motel. You can shape it so that it'll be secure." Grant's voice was firm, decisive, and edged with annoyance. "We've taken on an additional risk, so we need to move fast and get there by nightfall."
"I can go it alone, you know,"
Tildy said, her gaze pinned to the bit of road beneath her feet. It was clear she did not want to leave them, but her hunched shoulders and cowed posture conveyed clearly that she expected them to reject her.
"I know how bad it is here. You don't need to add to your woes by taking on mine."
Taking a small step toward the other woman, Mackenzie gently rested her hand on Tildy's shoulder. Lifting her chocolate-brown eyes, Tildy stared at her expectantly.
"Grant and I will help you. He's been helping me since he found me, and I'm going to help you. I can't just abandon you.
Mackenzie shifted her eyes so she could view Grant over Tildy's shoulder. He looked pained by her words. Though it was clear Grant was upset about bringing Tildy with them, Mackenzie was certain he knew it was the right thing to do. No person should suffer at the hands of another. The need to protect Tildy battled with her own sense of self-preservation, yet how could she turn her back on someone in need? So many had turned their backs on her when she had needed them most. With a reluctant sigh, Grant nodded his head. It's better to travel in a group, Tildy.
I can see you're scared.
Tildy rubbed her nose, pivoting on one foot to focus her attention on Grant.
You and I know how bad it can be here. She doesn't fully understand yet. She hasn't died yet, has she?
No, and she won't if I can help it. Grant's vow created a warm glow of gratitude within Mackenzie. Tears on her face, Tildy said,
I want your help. I do. I don't want to face him alone again. But if you turn me away, I understand. I've been turned away many times.
Grant tilted his head, regarding the frightened woman before him. We have a long way to walk before nightfall. We're wasting time. With that comment, Grant strode down the middle of the road at a brisk pace. Tildy smiled with relief and trudged along behind him. Mackenzie followed, not sure if they were doing the safe thing, but knowing they were doing the right thing. In the last few months, she had often felt abandoned, alone, and very afraid. No, she hadn't been at the horrific mercy of a clown serial killer. But she did know how it felt when the world no longer appeared to care if she existed. Tildy's haunted eyes and fearful posture reminded her far too much of her own reflection in the mirror the last 6 months. Mackenzie's stomach was in knots, and her knees felt weak. The buzzing wave of anxiety was building again, and she feared it would wash over her. She wanted to believe she could fight off the serial killer, but she wasn't sure. Months of neglect had taken its toll on her body. She wasn't as strong as she had once been. Yet her old strength of will was taking root and growing within her once again. For too long she'd been passive, allowing herself to be knocked about by the aftershocks of Joshua's death. Upon reflection, she could see that with each choice she had made, starting with the first one to get out of bed, she had been reclaiming her personal power. Even this most terrifying choice to help Tildy made her feel stronger. The trio walked along the pockmarked road, splashing through the rainwater pooled in potholes and wide cracks in the asphalt. The lack of forest creatures scrounging around in the underbrush was disconcerting. The world felt strangely artificial, for even the hum of insects was absent. But, lost in her thoughts, Mackenzie was glad for the quiet. After a while, Mackenzie began to limp. The blisters forming on her heels, little toes, and the balls of her feet were starting to make it difficult to walk. The cute boots with the kitten heels had been an impulse buy after Tanner had left. She had fantasized about wearing them with super tight jeans and a sexy top to lure Tanner back into her arms, but instead they had sat in the box at the bottom of her closet until the night before she moved out. On impulse, she had decided to wear them on her return journey to her hometown. Now she lamented that decision. If only she had worn more sensible sneakers or her cowboy boots.
When we get to the hotel, I can check on your blisters,
Tildy offered, obviously noting Mackenzie's increasing discomfort.
I know a little first aid from my time volunteering in a nursing home.
I'd really appreciate that. Mackenzie smiled at the other woman with gratitude. She really did like Tildy. Her dark eyes seemed very earnest, even if they were swollen and full of worry. It was pretty evident that she hadn't been eating or sleeping well. The longer she studied Tildy, the clearer she saw the remains of the girl she once was.
Beneath the puffy eyes and worry lines, she could see a pleasant-looking young woman in her 20s. Tildy stared at her mud-caked feet and disintegrating sandals.
I didn't make the wisest choice of shoes either, though it's not like we knew we were going to end up in this God-forsaken place.
Life is full of unexpected events, Grant said. He was several paces before them.
Not the best thing to say in this world,
Mackenzie chided him. Lifting one shoulder, Grant gave her a rueful smile. Yes, but it's the truth.
Chapter 12. Exhaustion ate at Mackenzie while pain kept her alert. She dug a small bottle of Advil out of her purse and took 3 tablets when the agony in her feet became nearly unbearable. Swallowing them dry, Mackenzie was convinced one stuck at the rear of her throat. She kept trying to dislodge it by coughing to no avail. The sun occasionally peeked out from behind fluffy white clouds, but the thick cover was a godsend. Each time they plodded through a beam of direct sunlight, Mackenzie was convinced she was going to melt. The rays of the sun seared her exposed skin and made her jacket uncomfortably hot. Once the sun disappeared behind a cloud, the temperature dropped sharply. It wasn't bitingly cold, but it was crisp and damp. The lack of breeze actually kept the temperature tolerable for Texas weather most of the time. The stillness of the day was unnerving. The trees remained unmoving sentinels along the edge of the road throughout most of their journey. Sweat was pooling under her arms and beneath her breasts from the physical exertion. Grant's white shirt was damp from perspiration, and moisture beaded his upper lip and forehead. In contrast to Mackenzie and Grant, Tildy remained swathed in Grant's suit jacket, shivering. Her lack of body fat probably made her susceptible to the cooler air, or maybe it was shock from all she had endured. Mackenzie felt for the other woman. She was so thin and fragile. They all reeked of body odor, but despite the lack of visible wounds, the scent of blood and death clung to Tildy. The dark thoughts were a stark contrast to the beauty of the afternoon. If not for the gnawing fear in her gut, Mackenzie could fool herself into believing she was just out for a nice walk on a lovely day. Though the shadows in the woods were shrouded in an unnatural darkness, the travelers hadn't seen anything peculiar since the stationary tornado had disappeared into the horizon.
Sometimes it looks like the normal world, huh?
Tildy said, giving Mackenzie a shy smile.
I was just thinking that, Mackenzie admitted. I once was convinced I had made it out. For several hours, everything was just so normal. No monsters, no weirdness, just a beautiful spring day. I got all excited and headed home. I couldn't wait to see my mother and father, my sisters and my brother. I even found a bike next to the side of the road, and I made some good time.
The memory brought a sad smile to Tildy's bluish lips.
When I reached my house, it looked just like I remembered.
As she lowered her eyes, tears caught in Tildy's bottom lashes.
Then the clown came, and I knew I had been fooled. I'm so sorry.
Mackenzie gave Tildy a quick side hug, careful not to upset her. Tildy slightly flinched, but didn't draw away.
Not much anyone can do about it, so no need to be sorry.
I guess I say sorry a lot.
My mama always said that people who apologize a lot want someone to apologize to them.
The comment stung, but it held a kernel of truth.
You have a smart mama.
Tildy's face shadowed with deep sadness.
Yes, I do.
We're getting closer to the amusement park.
Grant glanced at the 2 women, then gestured ahead toward a Ferris wheel peeking out over the treetops.
Can we try cutting around it?
The strain in Tildy's voice and the stiffness in her posture were clear indications of her fear. Stopping in his tracks, Grant turned to face them, his one hand holding his walking stick at his side like a weapon.
If we go into the woods, it's darker, harder to see what's coming, more difficult to escape.
But we could hide easier, right?
Tildy's fingers fumbled with the collar of the jacket, nervously tugging on it. Her eyes darted toward the hulk of metal.
Easier than being right in the open, right?
How many times did he find you when you hid?
Grant stared at Tildy steadily, waiting for an answer.
Mackenzie was annoyed at his tone, but understood his point.
Pensively, she examined their surroundings. An enormous field filled with wild grasses was to the right, and a fenced-in pasture to the left. There was a distinct absence of cows, or any other animals loitering in the open. Ahead, the forest flowed to the shoulders of the road, covering the passage in a thick canopy. Beyond the trees, the forlorn peak of a roller coaster rose beside the top of the Ferris wheel. Rocking side to side, Tildy let his question linger in the air.
Well?
Grant lifted his thick eyebrows. Tildy cowered under his gaze, her teeth worrying at her bottom lip.
How big is this amusement park?
Mackenzie poked Grant in the shoulder, drawing his attention away from the skinny woman.
We should be able to get past that dead spot fairly quickly if we don't divert by heading into the woods and stick to the road.
In a strangely matter-of-fact voice, Tildy said,
It's not really big. It went out of business in the 70s. I remember I came here as a kid with my folks. It was a huge disappointment. I was hoping for something like Six Flags, but it was just a rinky-dink roller coaster, a Ferris wheel, and kiddie rides.
Tildy shivered in Grant's jacket.
He threw me from the top of the roller coaster once.
Is this his territory? Mackenzie slid her hand into her purse, touching the knife for reassurance. Tildy laughed bitterly.
Honey, this whole world is his territory. I once got as far as Kansas before he snatched me.
How long have you been in here? Mackenzie took a good look at her companion. Her blonde hair had dried into a feathered hairstyle that ended just above her shoulders. Her dress and sandals had a retro look to them.
1982. I was 20. Well, I guess I still am.
Sickened by the horror of Tildy's circumstances, Mackenzie exclaimed, You've been going through this for 30 years?
Is that how long it's been in your world?
Tildy gawked at her, then wagged her head.
It doesn't matter. This is all one long nightmare.
Time will eventually have no meaning for you, Grant informed Mackenzie. It just becomes something that used to matter long ago.
You two are not cheering me up, Mackenzie grumbled.
I'm sorry.
Tildy lightly touched Mackenzie's hand, then slid her fingers around it.
I'm sorry for everything that is going to happen to you. I wish I could save you, but I can't even save myself.
Mackenzie clutched the woman's hand. The sincerity in Tildy's voice and manner touched her deeply. Tildy had experienced horrors that Mackenzie couldn't even imagine, yet she was tender-hearted and kind. Grant made a noise in his throat and looked away, clearly not pleased with the topic of conversation. While she had known him a very short period of time, Mackenzie could tell that Grant liked to remain focused on the objectives of his choosing. Though his eyes were haunted by loss and pain, he didn't seem inclined to indulge in emotional displays. That had been apparent since she met him. Yet he was also adept at giving her just enough encouragement and compassion to keep her from faltering.
We need to keep moving.
Grant again started off down the road at a quick pace. From the set of Grant's shoulders, it was apparent he still wasn't pleased with the situation. Tildy gave Mackenzie a questioning look. Mackenzie shrugged. The road twisted away from the serene pasture and field, plunging through a thick gnarl of woods. The trees reached overhead, forming a roof of thick branches and leaves. Mackenzie thought it was rather like walking into a tunnel.
The motel has a little restaurant attached. I could really go for a chicken fried steak.
Tildy walked closer to Mackenzie, looking unsettled, but obviously trying to keep her mind off the clown by chatting.
I'm sure I can arrange that.
It was nice being able to help someone else. It had been a long time since Mackenzie had felt needed, and now both Grant and Tildy were dependent on her to some degree. A slight breeze ruffled the grass along the edge of the road, and the canopy of branches looming overhead began to creak.
And I'd really love a hot bath. The rooms have big tubs. I hate it when the tubs are so small you're all folded up like an accordion.
Tildy rambled on, her voice rising in volume. Still clutching Mackenzie's hand, her palm was sweaty and her ice-cold fingers were quivering. The light tapping of Grant's walking stick against the pavement ceased. Mackenzie looked at him sharply and saw that he was holding it in both hands, his gaze directed into the trees.
I like it when the beds are soft. Hard beds are just annoying.
Tildy continued to chatter on, but her wide eyes and trembling hands spoke of her fear. Mackenzie felt jittery, her body on high alert as her fight-or-flight instinct kicked in. The oppressive wave of anxiety was rising, threatening to fall at any second. She drew the knife, the scorched, bubbled plastic handle biting into her palm. Movement in the trees yanked her attention to the left. Her breath caught in her throat, her fingers tightening around her weapon. The shadows were undulating, slipping from tree to tree. Bulbous forms hidden in darkness bobbed through the murk.
Are those people?
Mackenzie whispered. Grant gripped her arm and jerked her forward. Keep moving. Ahead, the tunnel of trees gave way to a length of asphalt before the amusement park. Shrugging off Grant's hold, Mackenzie raised her weapon, ready to fight. The shapes in the gloom were moving faster. The bouncing black shapes lurked just shy of the dappled sunlight. "Run!" Grant ordered, breaking into a sprint. The forest writhed, alive with unseen shadowy forms. Mackenzie's blistered, bruised feet protested with every step as she fled. The wave of anxiety hit like a sledgehammer, robbing her of coherent thought. Ragged breaths dragged very little air into her already burning lungs, and her heart thundered in her ears. The amusement park rose to their left, opposite the parking lot to their right. They'd have to venture off the road to escape the dead spot and whatever was stalking them. The group was almost to the end of the cover of trees when the bounding shapes exploded out of the forest. A cloud of brightly colored balloons trailing long, silvery, iridescent ribbons enveloped the three people. The swarm danced and bobbed around the humans, their long streamers sparkling in the sunlight. Twisting around in a circle, Mackenzie knocked away the bouncing forms with the knife. Beside her, Tildy whimpered while shoving through the sea of brightly colored orbs. Mackenzie gasped when the long string of one of the inflated objects wrapped around her wrist. It tightened, biting into her flesh, then yanked her forward, causing her to nearly lose the knife. Tildy scurried forward, slapping the balloon away. The balloon bounded back, smacking Mackenzie's face. The rubbery surface felt like it encapsulated concrete, not air, and her head swam. Another balloon collided with Mackenzie, knocking her onto her knees. The dangling iridescent streamers tangled in her hair and lashed her face and neck. Panicked, Mackenzie flailed at the balloons with the knife. The ribbon around her wrist tightened painfully, making her cry out.
"Give me the knife!"
Tildy hunched over Mackenzie in an attempt to shield her from the assault, while she scrabbled at Mackenzie's wrist, attempting to unwind the ribbon. Another blow to the head sent Mackenzie reeling. The bobbling balloons hit like they were filled with wet sand, not helium. Her vision spinning, Mackenzie relinquished the knife to Tildy. The rubbery surface of the balloons pressed against Mackenzie from all sides. Gripped with claustrophobia, she frantically slapped at the balloons assaulting her with her free hand. Meanwhile, Tildy sawed frantically at the peculiarly resilient ribbon wrapped around Mackenzie's wrist. Somewhere nearby, Mackenzie could hear Grant grunting while he fought his way through the onslaught. The balloon holding her captive jerked upward, the ribbon digging into Mackenzie's flesh and causing blood to well along the edges. The persistent thumping of the balloons against Tildy's body knocked her about, but she kept hacking at the glittering ribbon. Tears streamed along Tildy's bruised and frightened face.
"He's here, Mackenzie! He's here!"
"It's the dead spot fucking with us, Tildy." With a mighty shove, Mackenzie managed to get to her feet. Through the chaos of color, she caught a glimpse of Grant closing in on them, fighting his own battle.
"Don't give in to it!"
Her edict sounded ridiculous even to her, as the band of fear gripping her chest tightened even more.
"I'm trying! I am!"
Another balloon hit Tildy in the face, blood splattering the rubber surface. Tildy bit her lip with determination and ignored her profusely bleeding nose. With one last swipe, she cut Mackenzie free.
"Got it!"
Tildy's exclamation was triumphant. She fiercely stabbed at the yellow balloon that had held Mackenzie captive, but the blade simply skidded across the rubbery surface as it bobbed away.
"We need to get out of here!"
Mackenzie grabbed Tildy's forearm and aimed them in what she hoped was the direction of the parking lot. It was difficult to see past the swirling shapes spinning and bouncing around them. Mackenzie held her hand before her face, trying to deflect the attacks away from her already battered face. Her head was throbbing, her wrist was smarting and still bleeding, and she was in a full panic. The rainbow-like tails of the balloons whipped against her exposed flesh, leaving painful tiny cuts. The balloons were everywhere, encompassing the women in a colorful, terrible swarm. The swarm continually butted the two women, nearly knocking them off their feet. Tildy's arm was abruptly wrenched free of Mackenzie's grip.
"Mackenzie!"
Tildy screeched. Spinning about, Mackenzie gaped in horror. The balloons massed around Tildy, their streamers wrapping around her legs and arms. Like writhing tentacles, they captured Tildy in their glittering grip. Still clutching the knife, Tildy slashed at the ribbons, her face twisted in anguish and fear.
"Grant!"
Mackenzie screamed.
"Help us!"
Pummeling the balloons that blocked her way, Mackenzie fought through the dense clutter. Despite her own fear, Mackenzie was determined to save her new friend.
"Mackenzie!"
Tildy shouted.
"Just run!"
"I'm coming, Tildy!" The blonde woman's arms were sharply yanked over her head as the swarm of balloons ascended. Caught in the web of their streamers, Tildy was lifted off the ground. The scream that burst from her lips sliced through Mackenzie. It was the cry of someone who knew she could not fight the inevitable. It reminded Mackenzie starkly of her own cry when she had been told Joshua's heart was no longer beating. With a cry of despair, Mackenzie watched the balloons hoist Tildy's struggling body high into the air before coasting steadily toward the amusement park. A muddy sandal spun downward and landed at Mackenzie's feet. Chapter 13.
"Grant!"
Mackenzie shouted, twisting about, searching for him among the straggling balloons creeping upward. Sweeping his walking stick in an arc, Grant deflected one final attack. The brightly colored balloons bobbed away from his wide sweeps before following the dense swarm carrying Tildy. Bruised and bleeding from the tiny cuts covering his face and hands, Grant arrived at her side and clasped her arm.
"Are you okay?"
"They got her. We have to save her."
Mackenzie's words tumbled out of her mouth in a mad rush. She could barely breathe, and her heart felt like it was about to explode.
"We need to get out of here."
Grant started to drag her along the now empty road and past the abandoned amusement park.
"No, we have to save her."
Mackenzie stumbled, her blistered feet protesting every step. Wrenching free of Grant's grip, she rushed toward the entrance.
"Oh, God!"
Broken boards were heaped along the rotting wood fence adorned with clowns dancing, laughing, and performing acrobatic feats. The painted face of a grinning clown surrounded by masses of blue hair encompassed the entrance. Beneath the clown's red nose, constructed out of a cluster of broken red lights, its mouth formed the opening to the park. Her heart stuttered in her chest. It was difficult to talk. Her throat was constricted with fear, and her tongue felt heavy and dry in her mouth. Instinctively she knew Tildy wasn't just at the mercy of the dead spot, but that the clown was in control of it.
"He's here. He's doing this."
"It's the dead spot, Mackenzie. We need to go now before it turns its attention to you. It snagged Tildy because her fear was strongest."
Grant again tried to drag her after him. Mackenzie fought Grant, slapping away his hands. The resolve in his eyes only made her angrier, which helped slice through her fear.
"I'm not leaving her. The clown is here and he's in control of the dead spot. The danger is him, not the dead spot anymore. I know it."
"Leave her, Mackenzie,"
Grant ordered, his tone biting.
"You saved me when you found me. Remember? Why is she different?"
Mackenzie winced with each step. A few of the blisters on the balls of her feet felt as though they had burst.
"She's not as alive as you are. She's nearly lost to this world, Mackenzie. She's close to becoming a wraith. Look at her."
Grant's comment was chilling. Not necessarily because of the impassive delivery, but because Mackenzie believed him. Above Tildy's thin, worn frame dangled from the balloons, looking like an odd scarecrow. Tildy being so close to becoming a wraith was all the more reason to save her.
"This is what the dead spots do. They eat you up, Mackenzie, until you are empty."
The rushing waves of anxiety that had flooded the innermost parts of her soul and mind began to recede as Mackenzie accepted a terrible truth. She already felt dead. She had felt that way since the moment Joshua's heartbeat couldn't be found during the ultrasound. She felt as empty as the grave she feared. There was no one to save Joshua. No one to save her. They had fallen into that abyss together. If she could save someone else, it gave her hope that maybe she could be saved too.
"I'm going to save her, Grant. You can't stop me."
Mackenzie stomped over to the stack of fallen planks. Picking one riddled with rusty nails, she hoisted it over one shoulder and headed toward the foreboding entrance. In the daunting gloom, she discerned 2 ticket booths standing like sentinels before the gate to the midway. The craziness of her situation hit her once again, and she faltered. What could she do against a killer? Yet, how could she not try to help? She lifted her makeshift club higher and stalked forward. She heard an exasperated sigh as Grant followed. Shivering, she slipped through the peeling painted lips of the gruesome clown entrance. It was a little too symbolic of her being swallowed by the dead spot. Above, the cloud of balloons and their captives sailed over the ruins of the old Midway rides, food vendor booths, and gaming alley. Weeds and grass sprouted through the cracked concrete, and vines strangled benches and fences. The wind slithered through the foliage, rustling it lightly, creating soft whispers that set her even more on edge. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her swollen, pinched feet, she limped forward.
"Mackenzie, you need to reconsider,"
Grant said. Grant's voice was close. A swift look over her shoulder revealed he was following in her wake. He held the walking stick like a sword, ready for an attack. His disheveled appearance spoke of the battle he had already fought against the dead spot. His lip was cut and puffy from a blow to the mouth.
"Mackenzie, you need to save yourself."
"I am," Mackenzie answered. Hobbling, she kept her eye on the balloon swarm. Each step moved her closer to the roller coaster, the wooden skeletal frame silhouetted against the gray sky above. The entrance to the ride came into view, and Mackenzie stuttered to a stop. Breathing heavily, she pressed one hand to her chest, feeling her heart pounding beneath her fingers. Grant joined her, slightly winded, and looking very ill at ease. The rusted metal archway leaned slightly to one side, the elements having taken their toll. It was heavily laden with creeping vines, and had been fashioned to look like the roller coaster track. A wood cutout of a clown joyously riding a roller coaster was attached to the frame, and appeared freshly painted. The clown's blue hair, red nose, and white outfit with massive blue frills at the throat and wrists glistened wetly in the murky daylight.
"See, Grant? I'm right. That's him. He's controlling the dead spot."
"How can you be sure?"
"Because there is no way the original design included Tildy strapped to the tracks."
The cartoon visage of a woman screaming, while the clown riding the roller coaster barreled toward her, looked exactly like Tildy. Grant stared incredulously at the sign overhead, his lips slightly parted, speechless. The midway curved and dipped downward beyond the entrance. The receding storm clouds cast a ghostly pall over the area, and shadows dwelled under the wood frame of the old ride. Attached to the support beams were more cut-out signs, cartoons of Tildy and the clown depicted in scenes of terror. Evisceration, vivisection, rape, and other horrors were illustrated in bright colors, the execution playful and childish. Mackenzie felt her stomach heave, and she covered her mouth with her free hand.
"We should go."
Grant's words made sense, but instead of retreating, Mackenzie took a hesitant step forward. The ghastly depictions of the clown's torture and murder of Tildy made it difficult to move. Ice was seeping into her blood, freezing her in place, seizing her brain and making it difficult to draw a breath. Her fingers flexed, then tightened on her weapon.
"We can leave now."
Grant warily scrutinized the area.
"We can leave now before he decides to turn his attention toward us."
Shaking her head, Mackenzie forced herself to take a step. Her body felt cold and disassociated from the world around her. The anguished cries of the woman held aloft by the demonic balloons drew Mackenzie's eyes upward. Tildy hung among the brightly colored ribbons, her mouth twisted in a cry of despair, her body swinging about wildly as the swarm descended toward the roller coaster. It was then she saw the clown. He stood on one of the higher slopes of the roller coaster, watching the approach of his favorite victim. The entire amusement park was filled with the images of this particular clown. Slight in build, but tall in height, he was clad in a white satin jumpsuit with frills of blue satin at his neck, wrist, and ankles. Vibrant blue hair surrounded a face covered in white makeup. A garish, downturned mouth was painted in bright red, and the black diamonds around his eyes gave the impression of empty sockets. Unmoving, the clown waited in silence. A touch on her shoulder made her start. Grant gestured for her to be silent and follow him. Shaking her head, she swept her gaze along the tracks, trying to ascertain how to climb to where the clown stood. Near the station, a maintenance stairway twisted upward to the higher tracks. The thought of climbing the narrow stairs was intimidating, but one look toward Tildy floating ever closer to the terrible clown was all the incentive she needed. With determined but agonizing steps, Mackenzie advanced on the ramp leading to the station. The soft patter of Grant's footsteps behind her was reassuring. After such a short time together, it was clear that he was dedicated to being at her side. While cutting across the barricades that used to keep the line of riders in order, Mackenzie kept an eye on the clown and Tildy. She was almost to the bottom of the ramp to the station house when the clown twisted his head in her direction. Lifting her chin, she stared at him defiantly. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she thought he was scrutinizing her, taking in her appearance and weapon. The air around her grew colder while they locked gazes, her teeth beginning to chatter. She was no longer certain that the darkness around his eyes was paint. A tangible, oily miasma of energy washed over her, and Mackenzie gripped the rail next to her to keep from falling. The clown extended one gloved hand toward Mackenzie, his head tilting to one side. It reminded Mackenzie vividly of a Roman emperor deciding the fate of a gladiator in the arena. "We should go," Grant said again, sounding more afraid than before. Mackenzie felt transfixed by the clown's hollow stare. Gradually, the clown twisted his hand at the wrist, so that his palm faced upward. His fingers flicked at her, beckoning her to join him. The vice around her lungs constricted, and the world tilted dangerously from the loss of oxygen. The clown was death personified, and she had a serious beef with death. She would not relent. Adamantly shaking her head, Mackenzie lifted the board in a threatening motion. The clown lowered his hand. The balloons sank toward the track, Tildy dangling limply in their grasp. She had ceased to struggle, apparently resigned to her fate. The clown didn't even glance at his captive. He merely seized her arm and towed his victim toward him. The balloons released their captive, and Tildy slumped to the track, her dirty blonde hair obscuring her face. The balloons dispersed, bouncing along the air drafts. "It's too late. He has her," Grant hissed. "Mackenzie, give it up." "No, I can't." Eyes riveted to Tildy and the clown, Mackenzie took a few unsteady steps toward the station. The clown continued to watch her. His cocked head and glittering eyes reminded her of a predatory bird observing its prey before swooping down to snare it. The movement of Tildy lifting her hand caught Mackenzie's eye. Mackenzie glimpsed the flash of the blade clutched in Tildy's fingers a second before the woman rose to her knees and shoved the knife into the clown's gut. He grunted as blood blossomed across the front of the white costume. Shocked, he grabbed Tildy by the hair in an attempt to toss her away, but Tildy's arm pinwheeled as she plunged the knife into him over and over again. "Oh, God!" was all Mackenzie managed to murmur. She was so stunned by the burst of violence from the frail woman it was difficult to process the scene. There was nothing Mackenzie and Grant could do but watch in silence. The clown seized Tildy by the throat, but she continued to stab him, the white fabric of the clown costume shredded and stained red. They staggered on the tracks, struggling for balance and dominance. Weakened by his wounds, the clown stumbled, losing his footing. Seeing her opportunity, Tildy shoved him, driving him over the edge. The clown didn't release his grip on the fragile woman, and together they hurtled to their deaths. Chapter 14. Tildy lay dead, her brains and blood spattered around her head like a gory halo. The reek of death filled Mackenzie's nostrils, the cloying coppery scent of blood mixing with the vile stink of refuse. "It's over. Let's go." Grant's tone offered no consolation whatsoever. It was as if he was immune to the terrible sight just a few feet away. Mackenzie nodded, understanding there was nothing more she could do. Perhaps from the moment she had met Tildy, this had been the inevitable outcome. Grant took her hand and pulled her from the gruesome scene. Mackenzie went with him willingly, too overcome to protest. In a frantic rush, he guided her past the games, vendors, and kiddie rides dotting the midway. Mackenzie struggled to keep up, the pinch of his hand clutching her cold fingers, cutting through the numbness of her mind. The pace Grant set was brutal on her tortured feet.
"He's dead!"
Mackenzie cried out, finally finding her voice.
"It's over! Slow down! You're hurting me!"
"We have to keep moving, Mackenzie."
"What does it matter now? They're both dead."
"The dead spot lost its focus, Mackenzie. Now it will focus on you." Grant dragged her around a broken ice cream stand and toward the exit. It took a few seconds for his words to sink into her shocked, frightened mind. The deep open grave, the baby casket, and the horrific silent mourners flashed through her mind.
"Oh, God!"
The ground broke apart around them, long-fingered hands bursting out of it. One lashed out at Mackenzie's ankles as she passed. The clawed hands tipped with sharp broken fingernails rose up like weeds to scrabble at the concrete. One snagged the hem of Mackenzie's jeans and jerked her back with surprising strength. With her free foot, she kicked at the mud-encrusted fingers until they released her. Close by, Grant smashed his walking stick down on the grasping hands, breaking digits and splintering the end of his weapon. Mackenzie jumped around the spindly fingers reaching for her, hopscotching toward the exit. Kicking and swinging her makeshift mace at the clawed hands, she fought to escape. The world rocked around her dangerously, her vision dim, and she took a rasping breath, realizing she was forgetting to breathe in her panic. Everywhere she looked, the long-fingered hands with their sharp nails were raking the ground, blindly seeking her out. This was how Tildy must have felt, Mackenzie thought, forever trapped, doomed, and unable to escape her inevitable death. She leaped over a cluster of the rangy hands, crying out in agony when the last of her blisters broke. Limping, she struggled to escape another pair of the clutching fingers. Beating at the long, emaciated hands with her makeshift mace, she gritted her teeth, fighting the nausea brought on by the gray, dirty skin bursting under her assault, misting her boots with blood. The exit was so close she could see the parking lot through the turnstile. Exhausted, she swung her club at the mud-encrusted hands. To her horror, the grasping fingers caught the weapon and jerked it free. Rattled, Mackenzie tried to leap away, but a blow from the club across her shins sent her sprawling. Twisting around, Mackenzie watched in horror as the cement disintegrated into the shape of a grave and a figure emerged from the earth. Clods of dirt and concrete clung to its lank blonde hair as it hoisted its upper body out of the ground. "Run, Mackenzie!" Grant was already at the exit, his walking stick missing. Crawling to her knees, Mackenzie scrabbled at the ground, struggling to stand. Her body wasn't cooperating. Her limbs were slow to respond to her frantically screaming mind. She felt like she was in a horror movie where the heroine can't seem to remain on her feet, constantly falling in her frantic haste to escape. Finally, Mackenzie managed to rise and hobbled toward the exit where Grant waited.
"Why are you leaving me?"
Mackenzie startled to a stop at the voice. Trembling with adrenaline and fear, Mackenzie started to look behind her. "Don't look, just run," Grant ordered. Blonde hair hanging limply around her face, Tildy stood at the edge of the grave that had just opened. In one hand, she held the knife with which she had killed the clown, and in the other she held the club that had been wrested from Mackenzie's grip. There was no sign of the grievous wound that had ended her life, her body restored to how it had been before her last death, Fingers, long, dirty, and ending in broken nails, flexed around her weapons. Tears marked tracks through the dirt covering her face. But it was her eyes that sent Mackenzie's world spinning. Cold, sparkling, glass-like, and empty.
"Are you abandoning me after you promised to save me?"
Tildy's accented voice, once gentle and kind, was now markedly hard and cruel. There was a mocking tilt to her head and ferocity in her gaze. "After all your promises, are you really leaving me here with my killer?"
"You're a wraith,"
Mackenzie sorrowfully whispered. Tildy advanced with measured steps, swinging the weapons. The makeshift mace had been heavy in Mackenzie's grip, but Tildy whirled it about as if it were weightless.
"I thought you said you'd help me escape, but now you're trying to escape and leaving me here. You failed me, Mackenzie. You failed me like you failed Tanner, your mother, and sweet little Joshua."
Each word felt like the truth burning into her soul and exposing it as empty and black as Tildy's eyes. The dark wave washed over Mackenzie, extinguishing resolve and replacing it with cold, unrelenting despair. It filled her completely, washing away her strength and her willpower. Tears blurred her vision as the utter bleakness of the situation destroyed her defense mechanisms and rendered her helpless in the face of such terror. She had failed to save Joshua. She had failed to save Tildy. She would fail to save herself. How had she been so foolish? She felt dead because she was going to die in this world and nothing could save her. "It's the dead spot, Mackenzie. Come here." Mackenzie heard Grant's voice, yet she couldn't move.
"All you ever do is fail. Don't you, Mackenzie?"
Tildy was close enough to touch her now, but instead she tilted her head and gave Mackenzie a knowing, sly smile.
"I try not to,"
Mackenzie muttered through trembling lips.
"But you always fail, don't you?"
Tildy sighed, shaking her head.
"Tisk, tisk, tisk, poor Mackenzie. Maybe it's time for you to feel what it's like to be betrayed and let down."
Tildy abruptly lifted the knife. It was renewed, the blade glittering dangerously.
"Tell me how it feels to die."
The gunshot startled Mackenzie. It echoed throughout the amusement park, and balloons erupted from the trees like a flock of startled birds. With half her face blown away, Tildy fell over onto the concrete, the knife and board falling from her fingers. Grant's hand closing on her arm startled her. Her cry of surprise died in her throat at the sight of his face. He was terrified. Tugging her about, he forcibly dragged her through the turnstile. "The balloons," was all Grant said as they fled. The thumping noise of the balloons reforming into a cloud drove her forward. More shots sounded. Daring to look back, Mackenzie saw the flock of balloons scatter beneath the gunfire. More blasts destroyed one whole section of the group, and bits of colored rubber and ribbon floated to the ground. The balloons swarmed toward the trees located near the exit of the amusement park. Mackenzie caught sight of a tall man in a leather jacket for a second before the balloons descended on him. "Run!" the stranger shouted after them. "Run!" Mackenzie started to turn back, her gut telling her to help the man who had saved her, but Grant tensed his hold and barreled forward. Tripping over her feet, Mackenzie was forced to follow. When they reached the edge of the parking lot, Grant dragged her into the woods in spite of her protests. "We should help him," Mackenzie cried out. Grant shushed her with a sharp look. "We're being followed. Keep quiet." Still reeling from all that had just occurred, Mackenzie acquiesced. In silence, they hurried away from the dead spot and the horrors it had unleashed. It was difficult to make progress maneuvering over uneven ground and pushing through underbrush, but Grant kept her moving whenever she faltered. The amusement park gradually disappeared behind the trees, and Grant finally let them stop for a rest. Lips pressed together and brow furrowed, he scrutinized their surroundings. Mackenzie wondered if they were lost. She was tempted to lie down on a pile of dead leaves between the gnarled roots of a tree, but instead leaned against it, bone-weary and emotionally wasted. "Is it okay to talk now?" she whispered. Grant responded with a brief dip of his head.
"Why did we leave that guy back there? The one who saved me?"
"He's dangerous. And if you ever see him again, you need to tell me immediately."
Grant was disheveled, his clothes a wreck. It felt odd to see him without his suit jacket. Tildy had been wearing it when she'd been abducted by the balloons.
"Don't talk to him or get near him."
"Why?" Grant looked truly frightened, more than he ever had before.
"He's a very dangerous human who hunts other humans that are trapped here."
"A shadow?"
"Worse."
Grant shivered.
"Much worse."
"What's worse?"
"He can see how wraiths see. He can see what this world really looks like. That's how he finds the humans he hunts."
"Their brightness?"
Grant gave her a short nod. "Exactly."
"Like how you see me?"
Mackenzie rubbed her temple, confusion filling her. "No, no," Grant assured her. "To me, you just stand out more sharply, like a full-color image in a sepia photograph. He can see you like a flame in the dark. That's how wraiths see us."
"Then why did he save me?" Mackenzie struggled to wrap her mind around all that was happening. Everything was so complicated and dangerous.
"So he could kill you himself. He's probably tracking us right now, or at least trying to."
Grant studied the woods thoughtfully.
"We'll stay off the road and head west in a straight line. There is an abandoned ranch that way. It's far off the main road."
"How do you know this?"
Grant gave her an exasperated look.
"Oh, yeah, 50 years trapped in here."
"Exactly."
"But who is he? Do you know him?"
"It's not important, Mackenzie. Just stay away from him. Please, just stay away."
Exhaustion ate at her. It frustrated her that she had started to feel stronger earlier, but now she felt completely drained and completely disconnected from her own body, mind, and reality. It was as if the real Mackenzie was floating somewhere in the ether. Closing her eyes, she let her mind drift in the darkness, not really thinking, but merely existing. Too much had happened in too short a time for her to entirely process. It felt like 100 years had passed since she had floundered into the dead spot.
"You're so pale,"
Grant said worriedly, pressing a warm palm to her forehead.
"The dead spot took a big bite out of you back there."
Tildy's words earlier during their confrontation had awakened within her the dangerous abyss of dark emotions. Upon reflection, Mackenzie realized she had fallen completely for the bait. "She riled me up so it could feed on me, didn't she?"
With a weary look, Grant dropped his hand. "Yes, and it did."
"Damn it. This place keeps using Joshua against me."
"Yes, it will continue to."
Grant regarded her thoughtfully.
"Give me your purse. I'll carry it."
Mackenzie handed it over. The straps had already left a deep groove in one shoulder. She was tempted to discard her small laptop to make it lighter. "Thanks."
Grant claimed her purse and slung it over one arm. "Now you."
"Huh?" Taking a hold of her arm, he pivoted into her, crouched, then tugged her downward so she draped over his back. Grant wrapped one arm around her legs and held onto her arm as he stood with her sprawled across his broad shoulders in a fireman's carry. "Hey!"
"Trust me, I know what I'm doing. This is the best way to carry someone."
Without giving her a chance to protest, he started to trudge through the woods. It was a little uncomfortable lying across his shoulders, but her aching body and throbbing feet were grateful.
"I don't need to be saved,"
she mumbled into his arm.
"Yes, you do. Now let me save you,"
Grant retorted. Tears blinded her instantly, her throat tightening, when she thought of how she had tried and failed to save Tildy. Her whole life she'd waited for someone to come save her. That was probably why she had fallen so hard for Tanner. He swept into her life and turned it upside down, freeing her from her mother's domination. Since Joshua's death, she'd been waiting for someone to somehow save her from the deep-rooted depression that had engulfed her. But no one had. Now she was exhausted both physically and mentally. Maybe it was time for someone new to save her. She swallowed the protest on the tip of her tongue and closed her eyes. Maybe one day she'd be strong enough to save herself. Chapter 15. Mackenzie must have dozed, because her next coherent thought was that Grant really needed a shower. Sweat saturated his shirt and dripped off the ends of his hair. Every inch of her body hurt, and her feet felt numb. One of her arms was asleep and felt like a dead weight. Lifting her head, Mackenzie surveyed their surroundings, which were surprisingly peaceful and normal in appearance. Grant was carrying her through a field of waist-high grasses, and insects hummed soothingly around them. The storm clouds were gone. It was late afternoon, so the sky was turning lavender and pink on the horizon. A farmhouse rose up directly before them. The roof had fallen into the structure and stuck up like splinters, and the clapboards were gray with time. The porch leaned heavily to one side, and broken glass sparkled on the ground beneath hollow windows. The weathered posts of a fallen fence encircled the property, resembling rotting teeth, and a wrought iron gate rested in the overgrown grass. There were no signs of the balloon swarm, the odd red-eyed owl creatures, or the silent mourners. The ground around them was undisturbed by creeping hands, and Tildy didn't stand hollow-eyed and smirking anywhere in the vicinity.
"That's probably going to make my head hurt,"
Mackenzie muttered.
"Ah, you're awake,"
Grant said in a good-natured tone.
"So the psycho didn't catch up with us, I take it?"
"We gave him the slip."
Grant sounded immensely satisfied with this accomplishment.
"I think I can walk now. My feet are numb. Besides, you must be exhausted."
"I'm okay. It's only been a half hour since you fell asleep."
"Who are you? Superman?"
Chuckling, Grant kept strolling toward the house.
"You're not that heavy. Besides, I carried heavier people off battlefields. You need to preserve your strength to shape the farmhouse."
She wondered if she'd get another headache. Restoring the small house earlier had not adversely affected her, but the amusement park dead spot had taken a big sip of her energy. Also, it was really uncomfortable being carried like a bag of seeds slung over both of Grant's shoulders.
"Please, Grant, put me down."
"If you insist."
Once he set her down, she shakily found her balance and reclaimed her purse from him. Her feet throbbed in her boots, but the pain had yet to hit fully. She wished the rest of her felt numb. Fear pricked at her, and the sense of loss was acute in the aftermath of the events at the amusement park. She'd invested her heart and soul into saving Tildy, and seeing her transform into a wraith had gutted her. From her experiences with her online support community, She knew that helping others was a way to heal. But that wasn't the only reason she'd wanted to help Tildy. The other woman had reminded Mackenzie of herself. They were both shadows of the women they had once been. Mackenzie wasn't even sure who she was anymore, but she knew without a doubt she did not want to end up like Tildy.
"Don't be afraid. You can do this, Mackenzie."
Grant rested a hand on the small of her back, applied gentle pressure to prod her forward, and guided her toward the farmhouse. Maybe it was because her mental defenses were so battered, but Mackenzie felt it when she passed over the barrier into the dead spot. Her skin crawled with a cold static feeling for just a second. Curious, she stared at the house and wondered what it had looked like before it had fallen apart. Instantly, the splintered gray boards smoothed out and turned a pale white, while the roof rose up and wove itself back together, black tar and shingles rolling into place. The glass flew up into the empty windows, fitting together like puzzle pieces to form a smooth surface. The shutters straightened and turned a deep blue, while the porch leveled and a porch swing flew up to hang from heavy iron chains. The front door righted itself and turned white. The pain hit immediately, right behind her eyes, making her head spin. She braced herself against Grant, pressing her eyelids closed, hoping the world would stop whirling about. After a few seconds, the stabbing sensation ended, and her equilibrium returned. "Ta-da!" she said, her voice slightly cracking. "You're amazing." Grant gazed at her in awe. "But that hurt, didn't it? That dead spot really got you. Let's get you inside. You're not looking well at all." Grant wrapped an arm around her waist and helped her walk the last few hundred yards to the house. Each step did its part in reawakening her feet, and by the time they reached the porch, she could hardly rest her weight on them. The porch creaked when they stepped onto it, but it felt sturdy enough. The front door opened easily onto a long hall decorated sparsely but nicely, with antique photos on the wall and an old Persian runner. "You shaped the inside, too. I've never seen anyone do this before." How was she supposed to answer him? Mackenzie had no idea how she was doing any of it. It was as if she were Harry Potter and had no idea what she was really supposed to do. A parlor was through one doorway, a dining room through the opposite one. A staircase led up to a higher floor. A small office farther down the hall was decorated in paintings of farming scenes and old almanacs. The kitchen spanned the back of the house and was filled with very old appliances, though, surprisingly, a coffee maker and microwave sat on a hutch. Falling into a chair, Mackenzie propped her feet on another seat, grimacing. She dreaded taking off her boots and discovering the true damage from their trek. The smell of coffee permeated the room and the microwave dinged. Mackenzie raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Did I do that? Or you?" Grant busied himself getting a cup of coffee for both of them, pulling mugs off a shelf over the hutch. "Does it matter?" "Not really." Grant opened the microwave to reveal a bowl of chili sitting next to cornbread wrapped in a paper towel. Leaning her elbow on the table, Mackenzie forced herself to relax while Grant laid out the food, poured water for both of them, and set the table. By the time he was done, she had a serving of the chili, buttered cornbread, coffee, and water, all served on someone's chipped family china. In silence, they tucked into their meal. At first, she wasn't too keen on drinking the hot coffee, but it cleared her coated throat and made her feel a bit more alert. The hot chili also revived her to some degree, and the cornbread had bits of jalapeno in it, which stung her tongue in a pleasant way. The kitchen had a comforting aura, and it made her wonder what the people had been like who had lived here. "Do you need more, dear?" They both started as a woman dressed in a flowered dress entered the kitchen. She had red hair streaked with white hair, and it was drawn into a long braid down her back. Mackenzie looked at Grant for guidance, but he was staring at the woman in shock. "I have some apple pie and ice cream for dessert," the woman continued. She cleared the table and set the dishes in the deep sink under the window. "Who are you?" Mackenzie finally managed to ask. "Loretta Thompson. I live here." She gave Mackenzie a knowing smile and set about serving slices of pie topped with ice cream. "Since Wilbur died, I'm on my own. I don't get many visitors nowadays." "You made her," Grant whispered under his breath, his eyes wide. "You made her." "No, I didn't," Mackenzie protested. Loretta set the desserts before them. "I'll get the guest room ready for you while you finish up. You both look like you need a good bath and a comfy bed." "Do you have a first aid kit?" Mackenzie dared to ask. "I hurt my feet walking in my boots." "Of course. Let me just get that for you right now," Loretta answered in her Texas twang and gave her a big smile. Unnerved, Grant watched Loretta step out of the kitchen and into the hall. They could hear her footsteps receding. "We need to go," Grant said shortly. "Why?" "You made her, Mackenzie. You shaped her like you did this house." "She's so nice, though. And if she's the memory of someone who lived here and I created her, why would she harm us? I just want us to have a safe place to relax right now," Mackenzie answered, perplexed by Grant's worries. "You're not making sense." "This is very different from the dead spots forming Tanner or wraiths taking on the forms of people from your mind. Loretta is actually formed from the dead spot's own memory." "I took control of the dead spot when we entered it," she said hesitantly, sorting out her thoughts as she spoke. "So, if I have control of it and I want a safe haven, then that's what the dead spot shaped itself to be, right?" "Exactly," Loretta said from the doorway. She carried a big plastic box with a red cross on it. "The dead spot remembers everything this house used to be and my life in it. So it recreated it because you wanted it to be this way. The dead spot just wants to commune with you." "Don't listen to her," Grant said sharply. Loretta gave him a bright smile. "Worried?" Grant looked away, his hands clenched on top of the table. Loretta set the first aid kit on the table and popped it open. "We need to get these shoes off." "Loretta, are you the dead spot?" Mackenzie asked, excited at the prospect of somehow communicating with the energies of this world. No, just a figment of a memory." "But you know things," Mackenzie pointed out. Loretta gently worked the zipper on the side of one of Mackenzie's boots. "Yes, I know what you both know." "So you're telling me what Grant knows?" "Some of what he knows," Loretta admitted. She gave him a furtive look. "But I can't see everything." "So dead spots want shapers to shape them?" "Dead spots want to feel alive again, to feed on the energy of the living." "The headaches come from them feeding, don't they?" Loretta nodded. "She's a memory." Grant bent toward Mackenzie, imploring her with his eyes. "She has limited understanding of this world." "That's true," Loretta admitted. Freeing both of Mackenzie's feet from her boots and socks, Loretta set about treating the leaking blisters. Her touch was gentle and careful. "So, when I restore something, the dead spot is basically eating a piece of me?" Everything in this world was monstrous. "A little nibble," Loretta assured her with a big smile. Or a big one, like when that one dead spot created Tanner to torment you, Grant added.
Or did I make Tanner back at the house we stayed in last night?
Mackenzie stared at Grant intently. The thought terrified her. What if she was creating her own hell? I don't know, Grant answered.
Did Tildy make the clown up? Or was he real? Or did I make him?
Had her own fears created the perfect killing ground to snag Tildy? Grant lowered his head, his fingers sliding through his hair. I don't know.
What do you know, Grant?
That I'm trying to protect you, Mackenzie. I'm trying to keep you safe and keep you away from people and things that will hurt you. But you keep fighting me, over and over again. He slammed his hand on the table, making it jump. Loretta ignored him, applying bandages to the balls of Mackenzie's feet and the backs of her ankles.
That's not true.
It's very true, Mackenzie. I warn you, and you don't listen. When I saw Tildy, I knew she was on the verge of becoming a wraith. I even told you that when you wanted to save her from the clown. But did you listen? No. And now that wraith is going to be hunting you, just like the ones who took on the forms of Tanner and your mother earlier today. I've told you over and over again to listen to me. I have lived here long enough to know how to survive.
Grant looked up at her, his eyes blazing.
I want to help you, but you fight me. It makes no sense to me. You look like a lost doe, but then this angry mountain lion comes roaring out. Things go wrong, and then the doe is back, just as lost as before and usually wounded. Grant's words shocked her into silence. Mackenzie was well aware of the fact that she was broken into pieces, and wanted nothing more than to be whole again, but no one ever seemed to understand that truth. When she was a little girl, her mother had instilled fear of the world inside of her, and then scoffed when Mackenzie needed her most. Estelle always blamed Mackenzie for every misstep her daughter took in life, never allowing her to forget her many mistakes. Her mother had a list in her head that she could rattle off at a moment's notice, even reiterating things Mackenzie had done as a small child that she had no memory of doing. For a while, embracing her anger had been the only way Mackenzie could find her voice or fight back. Even Tanner said she was sweet as pie as long as she wasn't angry. In this new world, it was anger that helped her fight fear. Anger had helped her stand up to the wraiths that had taken on the forms of her ex-husband and mother and given her the fuel to charge into the amusement park. She was actually happy to feel anger after only feeling despair for so long. Mackenzie, if you would listen to me, let me guide you, let me protect you. Surviving in this world would be so much easier. Trust in me. Believe in me. Let me save you. Was he right? Mackenzie reflected on the day. Her determination to go to the cafe had resulted in her attack by the mourners. Her insistence on saving Tildy had resulted in Tildy's death and new incarnation as a wraith.
I don't like to be told what to do,
Mackenzie confessed. Loretta sat in silence, tucking away the bandages and ointments in the first aid kit. Grant sat back, watching her, waiting for her to continue.
My whole life people have told me what to do, how to behave, what to fear, what to love. It wasn't until I met Tanner that I actually felt like I had a say in my life. I chose him. I chose to be his wife and to have his child. I was really happy with those choices. And then it all went wrong. I messed up somehow, and Joshua died, and Tanner left.
Mackenzie stared at her bandaged toes, not really wanting to see the pity in Grant's eyes.
Then everyone started to tell me what to do again. My mother, my friends, my in-laws, Tanner. Do this, do that. I didn't even get a choice to stay in my house after I lost my job.
Mackenzie faltered.
I'm tired of people telling me what to do.
I understand, Mackenzie. I do. But I need you to listen to me, to obey me. She bristled instantly, but he continued. When I tell you there is danger, I don't want you to become what Tildy was, or what she is now. I can take care of you if you let me. I know what is going on in this world. You're still learning. Trust me, Mackenzie.
Mackenzie closed her eyes and rested her head on her hand, her elbow pressing into the top of the table. She was being foolish and hard-headed, just like her mother always accused her of being. Slowly, she nodded her head.
Okay.
The silence that answered her surrender prompted her to open her eyes. Loretta was gone.
Where?
She vanished when you agreed to let me take care of you, Grant answered.
Oh.
Mackenzie slumped in her chair, unnerved by her capitulation. Grant slowly closed the first aid kit, popping the latches in place. We need to get cleaned up and rest. Wincing, Mackenzie set her feet on the floor. No, I'll carry you, Grant said, standing. She started to protest, but stopped herself. Her feet hurt too much for her to endure climbing up the stairs. Swinging her up into his arms, Grant carried her to the second floor. Chapter 16. There were gigantic creatures beyond the walls of the upstairs bedroom. Curled up against the wrought iron headboard of the bed, she huddled under the covers, listening to the booming thumps of something very big passing by the house. In the distance, eerie high screeches sent shivers racing along her spinal cord. Nervously chewing on her thumbnail, Mackenzie fervently wished that the creatures would ignore the farmhouse and continue on their way. She could hear them wandering through the fields and woods around the house. The loud fluttering of wings filled the night, and she worriedly stared at the window on the far side of the room. The curtains were drawn, and she had earlier shoved a dresser in front of it. The soft, luminescent light cast by the lamp beside the bed played along the edge of a butcher knife she had brought up from the kitchen. The presence of the knife was no longer comforting as the noises increased. Regardless of Grant's assurances that they were safe in the dead spot she had fashioned as a safe haven, Mackenzie was still afraid. After a long nap, Mackenzie had taken a long bath, redressed her sore feet, and brushed out her damp hair. Soon after, she'd started to hear bizarre noises. She'd crept to the bedroom window and peeked out, afraid of what she might see in the fading light of the day. In the field behind the barn, balloons were tethered to a scattered scarecrow. Her hysterics had brought Grant running and instigated an hour of moving furniture in front of the windows and barricading the doors. Grant had finally started to lighten up after they'd secured the house and had another small meal. Mackenzie had been surprised to find that the television worked, and they had ended up watching shows from the early 80s. It was strange watching what appeared to be a live broadcast, full of local commercials, breaking news, and trailers for movies Mackenzie had long forgotten about. Now she regretted telling him she wanted to sleep alone after they'd decided to go upstairs. They could have easily dragged another mattress into the room, but she had felt vulnerable after relenting to his insistence that she allow him to take charge of their survival. She needed some time alone to sort out her thoughts and get her bearings after admitting some uncomfortable truths about herself in the last 24 hours. It was difficult to realize her spurts of defiant anger
were definitely tied to her difficult interaction with her very paranoid mother. Grant hadn't been too pleased with the idea, but he'd finally relented. She hadn't been surprised when he'd set up a bed for himself right outside the bedroom door. The fact that he wanted to protect her was rather touching, and it made her feel safe. It was an added comfort that he had armed himself with a rifle he had found earlier in the downstairs office. Another loud crash sounded, this time much closer. The noise continued, building in volume. A low rumble was accompanied by a sharp, resounding crack. Sliding out of bed, she set her heavily padded feet on the floor and ventured to the window. The din quieted outside, and with a trembling hand, she tugged at the edge of the curtain to peer outside. In the glow of the waning moon, the barn lay in ruins. The remains of the rafters poked out of the wreckage. The thick planks were snapped in half, their ends splintered. Whatever had destroyed the building had to be nearby, yet she saw nothing lurking in the dark. She couldn't imagine what could have done such damage. A loud bellow made her jump, the fabric of the curtains slipping from her fingers. Hobbling to the bed, she forced herself to take a few deep breaths, trying to calm her frantic heart. All night she had been struggling to fight off a crippling anxiety attack. She knew it would eventually take her into its depths, but she was determined to fight it as long as possible. "Mackenzie?" Grant's voice was at the door. "Are you awake?"
"Duh!"
Mackenzie grabbed the rail at the end of the bed and pulled herself around it onto the mattress.
"Godzilla is busting stuff up out there."
A low chuckle of amusement on the other side of the door made her smile.
"Can I come in?"
"Sure."
She was clad in a faded flowered nightgown, several layers of socks, and a bathrobe that had belonged to Loretta. It felt odd to be wearing someone else's clothes, but her own attire had needed a good wash. She was shivering despite the warmth of the blankets, and another howl in the distance had her scrambling to get under the covers. The door creaked open and Grant peered in around the edge of it.
"Are you sure you're okay? It's a very active night."
He'd found an enormous pair of men's pajamas and a robe to wear. He was virtually drowning in it. Loretta's husband had evidently been a big guy. An ear-splitting shriek made Mackenzie wince.
"Any idea why it's this bad? It wasn't this way last night."
"It's nighttime in the real world. People are having nightmares. There's a large town nearby. This could be overflow from there. Or there could be people near us that are manifesting the creatures."
Grant slipped over to the window. He, too, peered out.
"The barn is outside this dead spot, in case you were wondering."
"That's a comfort,"
Mackenzie lied.
"So the people who might be near us would be like us, right?"
Grant inclined his head, dropping the edge of the curtain.
"It can't be Tildy,"
she said, her sorrow feeding the dark wave.
"No, it can't be, though she could be out there."
Grant leaned against the dresser, his arms crossed. The creaking and cracking of trees being torn asunder before tumbling to the ground startled both of them. The cries and growls of nightmare creatures filled Mackenzie with dread. She yanked the covers up to her chin and listened to the battle. Grant, too, was silent, his expression pensive.
"They're outside the dead spot,"
Grant said after a half-minute of scrutinizing the noises of the fighting beasts. For a little while that night, Mackenzie had enjoyed the serenity of the farmhouse and had toyed with the idea of staying another day. Now she couldn't wait to be away from this area and its dreadful inhabitants.
"It sounds like some kid has a bad dinosaur obsession," she observed.
"Or dragons,
I've seen plenty of those.
Not helping.
A thunderous roar sent the window vibrating and the walls shaking. Mackenzie gave out a startled yelp. Mackenzie, don't give in to your fear. It's outside the dead spot. You created a safe haven here. We're safe. Believe me.
Grant, telling someone not to give in to their fear is like throwing gasoline on a fire. I'm already scared shitless, and when you say that, I only get more freaked out.
Well, you shouldn't.
But I do, because it's pretty damn clear that it's my responsibility to keep those things out of this so-called safe haven.
Her stomach was roiling and she felt nauseous. Listen.
What?
It's quiet now.
Grant smiled with satisfaction.
See?
See what? That one big dinosaur or dragon killed the other one?
Mackenzie's head was throbbing, and she wished she could fall asleep.
Maybe then she wouldn't be tortured by the raucous noise outside, and not be tormented with images of what could be causing it.
His expression softening, Grant approached the bed and stretched out a hand to touch her forehead gently. I think you're a little feverish. Tucking a stack of pillows under her, Mackenzie sighed.
It was a rough day. Everything hurts. My feet, my back, my legs. My neck is killing me.
With a very light touch, Grant rested his hand on her shoulder. You're very tense.
Do you blame me?
His hand was very warm against her skin in a soothing way. Let me give you a neck rub, Mackenzie. You're too knotted up to sleep comfortably, and you need your rest. His voice was neutral. Looking over her shoulder at him, she saw concern filling his features. If he was coming on to her, it was so low-key it was impossible to detect. Her mother's voice in her head screamed that he was trying to have sex with her, but Mackenzie ignored it. Finally, she said,
"That would be nice."
Sliding onto the bed next to her, Grant rubbed her sore shoulders and neck. It felt wonderful, and her eyes closed contentedly. During her pregnancy, Tanner had often given her neck rubs to release the tension that always built there. The thought of her ex-husband made her body ache. She missed him with all her heart. Not the cold, closed-off person he had been at the end, but the warm, sweet man she had married. An explosion of growls and howls filled the night. Mackenzie jerked upright, her heart thundering in her chest. Forcing herself to take deep breaths, she clutched a pillow tightly, while Grant rubbed her back to comfort her.
"How can we be safe?" Mackenzie whispered, "when there are things out there?"
"We are," Grant promised her. "We're in your safe haven." He gently swept her hair from her face and tucked it behind her ear. The act was too intimate. It made Mackenzie suddenly all too aware of the warmth of Grant's body and the strength of his elegant hands against her skin while he massaged the bunched muscles in her shoulders. Holding her pillows tightly, she lay on her side facing away from him. "Do you want me to stop?" His hands lifted, leaving her skin tingling. Shaking her head, she said,
"No, it's helping."
It wasn't Grant's fault that it had been months since she had last felt a man's hands on her body. She hadn't felt the desire to find someone new after Tanner left. Not until this moment did she realize how starved she'd become for physical touch. Her nipples were tightened into almost painful nubs, and her sex was throbbing. Grant was a very handsome man in a golden age of Hollywood sort of way, but she hadn't been attracted to him until this moment. Even if her body was responding in a sexual way to his shoulder and neck massage, Mackenzie wasn't about to act on it. She barely knew Grant,
and she had never been one for one-night stands. The howls and cries of the nightmare creatures continued to make her start. But Grant's gentle ministrations gradually calmed her. The painful knots in her shoulders and neck finally unlocked. She felt drugged with the endorphins swirling through her system, and she pressed her thighs together to fight the sudden urge to invite Grant into her bed. Grant's hands relaxed on her shoulders, then slid away. He remained next to her, not moving, her back pressed against his thigh. "I could sleep in here if it makes you more comfortable," he said, his voice nonchalant. Opening her eyes, she stared at her hand resting on the pillow. It was devoid of her wedding band and engagement ring. She had taken them off to shower but hadn't returned them to her finger. Instead, she had placed them in her purse. Maybe Grant had taken it as a sign. After several long moments of panicked indecision, Mackenzie shook her head. "I'll be okay." "All right," Grant answered. The bed springs squeaked when he slid off the bed, and Mackenzie closed her eyes, fighting the urge to ask him to stay. "I'll see you in the morning. If you need anything, just call out," Grant said, his footsteps soft against the old worn carpet on the floor. "I'm right outside the door." "Okay." Mackenzie kept her back facing him and closed her eyes, feigning drowsiness. It wasn't until the door clicked shut that she sighed and covered her face with her hands. After everything that she had been going through, she didn't need to complicate her life further. Her emotions were in turmoil as it was. How her mind was not fractured to pieces after the last few months was astounding, but after the last 24 hours, she was surprised she was even coherent. Maybe her grief counselor was right. The human mind was far more resilient than people realized. The whole day felt like a terrible nightmare, unreal in every way. Yet her body bore the wounds of the struggle against the balloons and their long trek during the day. Fine little scratches covered her face, neck, and hands, while her wrist still smarted from the deeper cut inflicted by the ribbon that had snagged her. The world of nightmares and dreams, as Grant called it, was terrifying. Banishing thoughts of Joshua, Tanner, Estelle, and Tildy from her mind, she concentrated on counting backward from 100. The world beyond the house was quieter. Only the rush of the wind and the melodic creak of the tree branches swaying in the front yard reached her ears. As she neared the 50s in her countdown, her eyes began to droop, her body sinking deeper into the mattress. She had just muttered the first number in the 40s when sleep caught her. She stirred again when she felt the bed tip downward on one side. Opening her eyes, she saw that the lamp was off and that the room was shrouded in darkness. Muddled by sleep, she wondered why her nightlight wasn't illuminating her bedroom. She hated waking in the dark. A warm, strong hand slid seductively over her neck to cradle her face, and a gentle kiss was pressed to her shoulder. "You look so pretty when you sleep," Tanner whispered. "Am I sleeping?" "Yeah, you are, baby." His Louisiana accent purred against her skin as he kissed her neck. "You smell so good." It was difficult to focus, and her eyelids kept fluttering closed. Sleep kept pulling at her mind, drawing her into the darkness. It slowly registered that she wasn't back in her bedroom in Shreveport, but in the farmhouse in the dead spot. It was difficult to hold focus when Tanner was nuzzling her ear and running his hand slowly up her belly to caress her breasts. "I'm dreaming," she sighed. "Is it a good dream?" Tanner playfully bit her ear. "Oh, yes." Her heart yearned for Tanner, and her body craved him,
Every fiber of her being sang for him. How had everything gone so wrong when they had been so right? Somewhere in the murk, her mother's voice was screaming at her to wake up, but it was so deliciously nice to feel Tanner's hands skimming over her body and his fuzzy cheek scratching against her jaw as he kissed her neck. She didn't want to lose this dream and fall into another one. She moved her head so her lips met his, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "Miss me, baby?" Tanner licked her lips seductively. "So much," she answered. The familiar hardness of his body, honed by hours of hard labor, pressed against hers, making her burn for him. A piece of her felt guilt for indulging in her sexual desire for her ex. But it was just a dream. There couldn't be any harm in it. Her newly awakened body craved to be touched again, and Tanner had always made her feel so deliciously alive. Clinging to Tanner and the dream, Mackenzie's fingers traced along the side of his body. Deeper layers of sleep kept drowning her for a moment in the blackness, before she fought her way back to Tanner's passionate love-making. She struggled to retain the dream, fighting against her sleeping mind's inclination to drift. Sometimes the dream felt vividly real, the warmth of Tanner's hands scorching hot against her flesh when he undressed her. Other times, it was as if she were grasping at a ghost, clutching at empty air. Yet throughout it all, her body cried for release. Twining her legs around Tanner's, her fingers buried in his hair and her lips devouring his, she clung to him as her mind again began to wander, ready to leave this dream for another. "Don't leave me," she whimpered. "Don't leave me." "I won't," Grant's voice whispered. "What?" Mackenzie shoved upward, pushing away the man who had been so ardently kissing her. "Babe, what's wrong?" Tanner asked. The dream suddenly felt quite vivid. Mackenzie felt the heaviness of Tanner's erection against her thigh and the roughness of his fingers when he touched her cheek. "Tanner?" Grinning, he kissed her. "Of course. Who else would it be? I'm the guy that always makes you scream." He playfully bit her neck. Relief mingling with desire, Mackenzie surrendered to the fantasy fully, relishing the deliciousness of her imaginary lover. While he was brushing his rough fingertips against her cheek, Tanner's voice was sexy and low as he said, "I know you've been so lonely, so afraid. I'm so sorry, baby." Those were the words she longed to hear, and even though she knew she was sleeping, they alleviated the empty ache inside of her. Tanner shifted, his leg nudging hers open wider so the tip of his cock lightly pushed at her. "Let me in, baby," he said, pressing his forehead to hers. "Let me in." The dream began to collapse around her, growing hazy and without mass. All she felt was his hands on her face, his forehead pressing against hers and him lightly pressing at the folds of her vagina. Black veils of slumber wrapped around her, drawing her away from Tanner. "Mackenzie, let me in," Tanner whispered urgently. "Before it's too late, let me in." In the cavern of her fears, her mother's voice was screaming at her to wake up. Her mother had always hated Tanner, always hated Mackenzie's happiness. Tanner's body was beginning to dissolve like vapor. "No, no, please, be with me," she cried out. The fervent kiss matched the urgency of him entering her. Wrapped in darkness and mist, Mackenzie clutched Tanner to her as he thrust desperately into her. The kiss grew hungrier, full of need. His teeth dragged at her tongue and lips, and his hands gripped her shoulders painfully. It suddenly felt all wrong. The rhythm was all wrong. The fullness she felt too wide, too deep. His shoulders were too broad, his chest too hairy. The hair clutched in her fingers was too curly and thick. As he came hard inside of her, filling her, she whispered in despair, "Grant!" Then the fantasy vanished, as her mind was finally swallowed into the cold darkness of a dreamless slumber. Chapter 17. It was screams that awakened Mackenzie. At first she thought another nightmare beast was howling outside, but then words unfurled out of the hysterical screams and shouts. Groggy, she was uncertain if she had been asleep for hours or mere minutes. The thick blackness filling the room indicated it was still night. As she flipped on the lamp, the light shoved back the dark. Fumbling her way out of the bed, she was startled at the soreness between her legs. Shoving back the bedclothes, she saw her nightgown bunched around her waist, leaving her crotch area bare. She had washed her own clothes downstairs and hadn't been able to bring herself to wear the underwear she had found in the dresser, so had opted to go without. She remembered distinctly falling asleep alone, and that she had not invited Grant into bed with her. But the tenderness of her sex frightened her. As she stared in confusion at her exposed flesh, the memory of the dream flashed to life in her mind. Dread mingled with her bewilderment. Why had Grant taken Tanner's place? Though his massage had aroused her, she didn't actually want to have sex with him. So why had she dreamed about it? Feeling oddly violated, she pulled the nightgown over her legs. "It didn't really happen," she muttered in an attempt to reassure herself. Maybe in her dream she had touched herself when she had been dreaming. The shouts and cries from outside grew louder, pulling her attention from her disturbing thoughts. "Grant!" she called out, feeling awkward saying his name. "Do you hear that?" The bedroom door banged open. Grant stood in the hallway clutching the rifle. His hair was mussed and his eyes still looked hooded from sleep. She couldn't help but stare at him and wonder if his body would feel like it had at the end of her bizarre dream. "Mackenzie, are you okay?" "Yes. I hear voices outside, though." "There are people outside," he briskly answered. "But are you okay? You look upset." "I'm fine," she lied. "Are you sure they're real?" "I saw them coming up the road when I looked out the window," Grant answered. Shaking her head in an effort to fully wake up, Mackenzie said, "How do you know they're real?" "One of them still burns bright like you do. I'm heading downstairs." Grant vanished out of sight, his bathrobe swirling behind him. On throbbing, painful feet, Mackenzie grabbed the big butcher knife off the bedstand and followed. The unease she felt from her dream clung to her. Nothing in Grant's manner indicated that what she had experienced was anything other than her sleeping mind spinning a peculiar fantasy. In fact, Grant's demeanor was all business while he hurried down the last steps to the front door and set about dismantling the barricade they had created out of chairs and a table. It was difficult not to think of the dream when she looked at him. She could still feel his curls clenched between her fingers and his heavy body riding hers. It may have just been her imagination, but she could not discount the reality that she was in a dead spot and that something odd could have happened. The shouts and screams grew louder, and another sound, deep and growling, was added to the cacophony. It sent Mackenzie's heart racing again. Gingerly, she padded down the stairs to help Grant. "Grant, are you sure we should let them in?" "They're like us and need our help, or else they'll end up dead." His handsome face was solemn and worried. There was no indication of him even being interested in her, other than having her help him move the furniture. "Like Tildy."
The agony of Tildy's death tinted her tone. Grant hesitated. Tildy was almost gone when she found us. She was dangerous to us. These people won't be.
How can you be sure?
I'm sure. Trust me. Like I said, one of them burns brighter.
You can see that? Really?
Tossing her a frustrated look, Grant finished scooting the table aside and started unlocking the many bolts on the door. This time he didn't answer, but concentrated on his task. Mackenzie bit her lip and took a few steps to one side so that he could open the door. She remembered her promise to let him lead her because he understood this world better than she did. It wasn't easy, though. It upset her that she felt ill at ease with him, yet craved his approval. She found herself yearning for the slightest indication that he wasn't upset with her. Whipping open the door, Grant bounded onto the porch, his rifle at the ready. Mackenzie stepped into the parlor and moved to one of the front windows. She lifted her hand and drew back the curtain to see 5 people running toward the house. A long-legged young woman in a cheerleader uniform ran ahead of the others, while dragging a much shorter woman by the hand. 3 men ran behind them, armed with hunting rifles. A creature the size of an elephant, with fiery red eyes and glinting razor claws, pursued them. It appeared to be shaped out of black mist, and it was closing in, its feet tearing up the ground with each lope. Reaching the yard, the cheerleader shoved open the gate and raced up the walkway. The woman with her lost her footing and sprawled across the ground with a cry. The teenager turned to help her. Grant hurried out, pushed the teenager toward the house, and leaned over the fallen woman. The girl hesitated, obviously reluctant to leave the other female behind. The pursuing creature roared, and that was enough to prompt the teenage girl to lunge toward the house. Mackenzie hurried out of the parlor to the entry hall, just in time to see the girl leap into the house. Her dark skin shimmered with sweat, and her French-braided hair glistened with moisture. Grant half-carried the second woman through the door. The smaller woman was gasping for breath and sobbing. The teenager darted forward and claimed her from Grant.
"I've got you, Grace!"
The second woman was probably in her early 30s, but she clung to the teenager like a frightened child.
"It's scary, Dawn."
"Come in here," Mackenzie said, waving toward the parlor. Dawn helped the overwhelmed woman into the room, tossing Mackenzie a grateful look. The bark of the rifle's firing was followed by a great roar. The clatter of footsteps heralded the arrival of the last of the party, and Grant banged the door shut as soon as the 3 men cleared the stoop.
"Holy shit!"
The youngest of the men looked to be a few years younger than Mackenzie, in his early 20s, and was still wearing a pizza delivery uniform. His blonde hair was cut close to his head, and his body was lean and lightly muscled. He was rather plain-faced, but he was a bit charming when he grinned with euphoria.
"We kicked that fucker's ass!"
One of the other men threw him an annoyed look. "Language, Brian." It sounded like he chastised the younger man quite often from the exasperated inflection of his voice. He was shorter than the other 2, probably in his late 30s. His skin was deeply tanned, and his light brown hair shimmered with strands bleached by the sun. He reminded her a little of one of her teachers in the 6th grade. His rolled-up sleeves and khakis rounded out the teacher look.
"Let it go, Ted,"
the last member of their party said between gasps for breath. He was probably the oldest, in his late 40s, with skin darker than the cheerleaders and light brown eyes. He, too, wore khakis and a polo shirt, drenched in perspiration.
"Fine,"
Ted answered, obviously too tired to argue. He looked around the parlor at his crew, then the people who had let them into the house.
"Thanks for taking us in."
"Not a problem," Grant assured him.
Brian hurried over to where Dawn was comforting Grace.
"You okay, Dawn?"
"I'm fine. Grace is just winded." The young man lightly touched Dawn's cheek in a sweet gesture, but Dawn was concentrating on the slightly wheezing woman, rubbing her back to console her, and seemed not to take notice. It was fairly clear there was a bad case of unrequited love happening between the two. Brian awkwardly lingered at Dawn's side while the teenager calmed the older woman down.
"When I saw the porch light, I couldn't believe it. This house is always messed up when we're in this area," Ted said. "It was like seeing the Red Sea part. We were aiming for a hotel in the area, but got cut off by that thing. We thought we'd given it the slip by cutting this way, but then it got a whiff of us again just a half-mile down the road. We were hoping to shape this dead spot and hunker down for the rest of the night. It was a great relief to see it already restored. We're exhausted. Anyway, I guess I should introduce our motley crew. I'm Ted, the pizza boy is Brian, the cheerleader is Dawn, the lady in pink is Grace, and this slacker is Jared."
The other man scoffed at his friend.
"If anyone is a slacker, it's you, my brother."
Ted smirked, lightly clapping Jared on the shoulder.
"We all know better."
"I'm Mackenzie. This is Grant," she said, her fingers lightly playing with her bathrobe belt. She felt awkward in the presence of the newcomers. After her experience with Tildy, she wasn't sure how she should even interact with other people anymore. The additional stress of her strangely erotic dream that ended with Grant in her bed wasn't helping matters either. She wasn't sure if it was her exhaustion or the anxieties connected to the events of the day, but she felt off-kilter. Grant shook the hands of the newcomers.
"It's not an issue. I'm just glad we're here." "Seriously, man, thanks for letting us in," Ted said earnestly. "That thing has been hunting us since this morning. It nearly had us a few times." "It's no trouble."
Grant gave them his kindest, most charming smile. Something about it made Mackenzie flush. Outside, the creature howled in anger. Sweeping the curtain aside, she saw it was pacing before the house. "What is it?" Mackenzie asked. The smoky edges of the creature swirled in agitation, and it was difficult to discern its true form.
"Fear manifested,"
Jared announced. He joined her at the window and watched the thing prowling around the edges of the fence. "Did one of you—" Mackenzie faltered.
"Maybe."
He glanced significantly at the two women huddled on the couch.
"Maybe." "Don't start on that again," Brian said with annoyance. "We're in the fucking world of dreams and nightmares, and yeah, Ted, I know, language."
Mackenzie stepped away from the window and sat on the edge of a heavy mesquite end table. She adjusted her robe and looked toward Grant. He was rebuilding the barricade with Ted's help.
"We've had a rough day, and these people were kind enough to take us in. Let's not bring our troubles into their safe haven."
Ted was obviously the group's leader. "Not safe haven. Dream castle," Grace whispered, lifting her head. "They're called dream castles, right? I want to go to one. They're pretty, right?" Mackenzie peered at the woman curiously. Her voice sounded childlike and slightly confused. Grace's dark curly hair was very short, and her skin was tanned, but it was hard to determine if it was from the sun. She had the sort of features that could be from a variety of ethnic groups, and there was nothing particularly distinctive about her. As she was dressed simply in jeans, a pink Hello Kitty t-shirt, and sneakers, there was a disconnect between her clothing and her physical appearance. "I'm sure the dream castles are very pretty, Grace," Dawn said, her delicate fingers squeezing the woman's hands. From the tilt of her head to the kindness in her face, To the elegant way she held herself, she gave the impression of a very well-mannered young woman.
"Do you think they're pink?"
Grace wondered.
"I'm sure some of them are,"
Dawn replied, smiling.
"Can we make one?"
Dawn's smile faded slightly, and then she ramped it back up to full.
"Maybe one day."
"Fat chance," Jared grumbled. "Would you like something to eat?" Grant asked, obviously trying to break the growing aura of hostility in the room.
"I want a grilled cheese, or peanut butter and butter with no crusts."
Grace gripped the arm of the sofa, staring at Mackenzie anxiously.
"Can I have that?"
"I think we can find something." Mackenzie cast a questioning look at Ted, who merely sighed.
"She's a little special."
Dawn gently combed her long fingers through the other woman's thick curls.
"Aren't you, Grace?" "My mom says I'm special. That's why I go to the special school on the special bus,"
Grace said triumphantly.
"Exactly."
Dawn patted Grace's head, then stood up.
"I'm going to go find us some food. You sit right there." "Oh, television!"
Grace snatched the remote and turned it on. The noise from a commercial about feminine hygiene subdued the growls coming from the creature outside. "Dawn, stay here with Grace. I'll get something for you," Ted said, motioning for her to sit. "She needs you."
"Thanks, Ted,"
Dawn said gratefully. "I could definitely do with some food, and a beer if you have some." Jared pushed a chair that had been used in the barricade into the parlor and sat down heavily. "I think my legs are going to fall off. Will you glue them back on, brother?" Ted grinned. "After I glue on my own. Grant, Mackenzie, is there a bathroom we can use to clean up? We've been running for our lives all day." "Sure thing. There is one at the top of the stairs." Grant motioned with one hand. "Please, be our guest." Mackenzie arched an eyebrow at him. Ted saw it and misread the gesture. "If we're putting you out—"
"No, no."
Mackenzie felt her skin flush in embarrassment.
"We just had a bad experience with someone recently, and I just thought Grant wouldn't let anyone else get close to us after she turned into a wraith."
"Ouch! A wraith?" Ted shivered visibly. "Those are messed up. We had one of our own go that way. I can see why you might be nervous about us joining you." "I think Mackenzie assumed I would keep us hidden away," Grant said, winking at her playfully. The gesture sent shivers of delight through her, and she felt strangely vulnerable beneath his gaze. It was disconcerting, but she was still glad that things seemed fine between them. Rolling her eyes, Mackenzie joined in with his teasing.
"Sort of."
"I know it's risky every time you join up with people." Ted glanced at his group that was getting comfortable in front of the television. "It's always dangerous." The woman Mackenzie took in was on the verge of turning. Grant gently rested his arms around her shoulders, squeezing her lightly. I could see it in her eyes, but Mackenzie couldn't. Mackenzie is new. She just arrived. "Wow." Ted studied her thoughtfully. "Wow. Then you did this all by yourself?" He indicated their surroundings. "It didn't take both of you?" "She took full control of the dead spot just before we arrived earlier today." Grant gave her a proud look. Again, Mackenzie experienced a rush of pleasure that made her uneasy. What was wrong with her? Why was the dream affecting her this way? "So, this isn't a real safe haven?" Ted appeared a little disappointed. "It's temporary, but real. She can hold it," Grant assured him. Their wording confused Mackenzie a little, but she didn't want to expose her naivete in front of the others. "That creature isn't getting in.
It would have already if the defenses were weak.
Jared had obviously been listening.
Even if we have an issue.
What do you mean? Mackenzie asked. The tension in the room was building again. Brian, seated with Dawn and Grace, looked sharply at Jared.
Nothing,
Jared said, shrugging.
How about that food?
Ted asked in a deliberately vivacious voice.
I'm so hungry I could eat that monster outside.
Chapter 18. After Ted dispatched Brian to take a shower and left the rest of his group watching television, he joined Mackenzie and Grant in the kitchen. He thoroughly washed his hands and face at the sink, while Grant pulled out sandwich makings from the refrigerator and Mackenzie gathered plates and glasses.
I can't thank you enough for taking us in.
Ted dried off with a towel he found under the sink. The redness in his cheeks from physical exertion was fading, and he looked a bit more relaxed now that he was away from the others. I'm glad we did, Mackenzie assured him, though she wasn't really certain anymore. After hearing the odd exchanges and witnessing the knowing looks among the newcomers, she wondered about the dynamics of the group. Ted threw the towel in the laundry bin near the washing machine and dryer tucked into an alcove. With a sigh, he said,
I know you noticed the tension among us. It's difficult right now. We've been experiencing a lot of attacks, almost non-stop. Every place where we seek shelter ends up compromised. It's been growing steadily worse. Jared and I think Grace is causing it. She's simple-minded. She doesn't understand what's really happening. When we originally joined up with Brian, Dawn, and Grace, it was fine. In fact, things were really a lot better for us for a while. We've been traveling together for some time. But now...
Ted set his hands on his waist and exhaled slowly.
We've lost some of our ability to manipulate the dead spots.
You've been dying. Mackenzie glanced at Grant with concern. But he either ignored her or didn't see her as he set about making sandwiches.
Yeah, a bit more than I would like. Well, not that I'd want to die at all. It's getting harder for us even as a group to keep a dead spot under control. At first, we all thought it was because we were losing our life spark. But Jared and I now think Grace is poking holes in our defenses.
Can't you do that here? Mackenzie was aghast at the thought. There were so many monsters outside.
You have it under control,
Grant said firmly, finally looking at her.
All night there have been things roaming around, and you have kept us safe. Even if Grace tries to bring one in, I don't think she can. And honestly, I don't think she's doing it.
Ted gave Grant a sharp look.
Oh? I've been in here nearly 60 years. If you're all pulling your energy to secure a place, and you have doubts about your companions, things are going to get in, because that's what you fear. Don't you understand?
Grant met Ted's gaze for a long moment, then returned to slathering peanut butter on a slice of bread.
I understand what you're saying, but you haven't been going through the troubles we have,
Ted said defensively. She's not doing it, Dawn said from the doorway. Her heart-shaped face wore a dour expression, and her pointed chin was set defiantly. She's not doing it. I don't know how many times Brian and I have to tell you that.
Dawn, you know how much I care about you and Brian. Grace is a harder pill to swallow at times, but I do care about her too.
You want to leave her alone? How is that caring about her? Dawn set her hands on her hips and glowered. Ted stared at the girl, obviously unsure how to respond. I thought so. Grace joined Grant at the counter. If you give me Grace's sandwich, I'll take it to her. She's really into the movie she's watching. Grant carefully sliced off the crusts and laid 2 sandwiches on a plate. Peanut butter and butter with no crusts, per her order. I'll make her a grilled cheese if this doesn't fill her up."
A sweet smile settled on Dawn's lips. "You're a nice man."
Grant shrugged. "I try."
Mackenzie opened the refrigerator, grabbed the milk jug, and poured some frothy liquid into a glass. She handed it to Dawn. "Here you go. She does like milk, right?" "She loves it. If it was chocolate milk, she'd love it even more. I'll look for some chocolate mix." Once the teenager was gone, Mackenzie focused on Ted. "You'd really turn Grace out?" Maybe she had misread the man's comment. The whole scenario made her uncomfortable. She couldn't imagine Grace wandering alone through the world, looking for pink dream castles while monsters stalked her. Ted rested his hip against the sink. His arms folded over his chest. He averted his eyes, but his voice was sincerely tortured when he answered, "Yes." "Has Grace died?" Grant asked pointedly. Ted shook his head. No. Dawn and Brian always keep her safe. We've been dying protecting her." There were heavy footfalls in the hall, then Jared entered the kitchen. "Dawn came back mad. I guess you told them about Grace?" Ted nodded. "I thought they should know, since this isn't a permanent safe haven." "They won't get in," Grant said confidently. "Mackenzie is fresh to this world, strong, and I've been in here long enough to know that Grace is probably not your problem. Your fears are." Jared wagged his head, agitated. "You don't know what we've been through." "Yes, I do." Grant handed over several sandwiches to Ted and Jared. "I've been in here a long time, and I've traveled with someone who was in here even longer. How long have you been here?" 2005, they chorused. "We were on a field trip with our classes," Ted started. "We stopped in a ghost town in Arizona for a picnic," Jared continued. "We got it into our heads that it would be fun to check out one of the old buildings. It went really, really wrong. We ended up in a dead spot. Like a dumbass, I died right away. I got shot by a cowboy." Ted flinched before biting into his sandwich. "And the rest of your group?" Mackenzie pointed to the milk jug and poured them glasses when they both nodded in the affirmative. "Dawn is from 1998. Brian is from 2000. Grace came over last year." Jared gratefully took the serving of milk when Mackenzie handed it to him. "Things were fine at first. We felt like a family. Then it went really wrong." Ted tore hungrily into his sandwich. "Dawn seems so unaffected by it all. She doesn't seem afraid, just protective of Grace," Mackenzie decided, a little in awe of the younger woman. "That girl is made of steel. She's the sweetest, nicest kid, but she will break your spine if she has to," Jared said, admiration in his voice. "She reminds me of my little sister." Grant passed Mackenzie a sandwich. She was worried it was a peanut butter and butter sandwich until she saw the jelly oozing around the edges. She gratefully smiled at him, and his lips turned up at the corner. It was foolish to believe a dream could affect her so deeply, but she felt as though they were closer now. Realizing how ludicrous that was, she shoved the uncomfortable thought away. Sitting at the kitchen table, she poured herself a glass of milk and nibbled on the edge of her sandwich. "That's the thing about this world," Ted said gravely. "You have to be strong or it eats you alive." "Hell, it will eat you alive even if you are strong," Jared pointed out. "You're one of the toughest people I know, and it's done plenty to you." Ted slumped into a chair. "A tender heart can get you killed." The words struck a nerve. Mackenzie tilted her head to watch Grant at the kitchen counter. He was screwing the lids back on the jars, and a large pile of sandwiches sat on a plate next to him. She saw the tightening of his shoulders and his spine straightening. While the other men ate, Grant stored away the food items, then set the plate of sandwiches on the table, leaving servings aside for Brian and Dawn.
"I have no regrets helping Mackenzie,"
Grant said at last, his eyes meeting hers in a steady gaze.
"Or taking you in tonight. For which we are very grateful,"
Jared said around a mouthful of food. Ted sighed.
"It's difficult to do the Christian thing in here. This is hell after all."
Jared cast a defiant look in Ted's direction. Ted appeared vexed by the comment.
"You know I don't believe that. Just because you were a deacon in your church doesn't mean you have an automatic ticket to heaven, my brother."
Jared smirked, obviously needling Ted.
"Ah, shut up."
Mackenzie liked the camaraderie between the two men. They were obviously good friends, but their presence in the kitchen while the other three remained elsewhere in the house showed a clear schism in the group. Brian appeared with his hair wet, wrapped in one of the big robes from the linen closet in the bathroom. His clothes were tucked under one arm.
"Mind if I do laundry?" "I think all of us should do that," Ted answered. "Toss it in the washer, and once the last of us is done in the shower, we'll run it." "Okay."
Brian did as he was told before claiming 2 of the plates and the glasses of milk. Balancing the load on his arms, he carefully plodded through the hallway to the living room.
"Are you going to split up?"
Grant asked, cutting through the silence that lingered after Brian departed. Ted rotated his empty plate in a slow circle with his fingertips, while Jared ate another sandwich. After a few seconds of Ted remaining silent, Jared answered with the nod of his head. "But you haven't told the others." Mackenzie could see the guilt in their faces.
"I don't want to lose my soul in here," Ted said finally. "The longer we stay with Grace, the more likely that's going to happen. I don't want to be a wraith."
"When will you do it?" Mackenzie set her partially eaten sandwich on the plate, the desire to eat leaving her. She could understand both sides of the argument and sympathized with each. Ted and Jared glanced at each other, then Jared said,
"We planned to leave today, but things went really wrong. So probably tomorrow."
Ted took the dirty plates to the sink, obviously uncomfortable with the confession.
"When will you tell them?"
There was an odd sound in Grant's voice that Mackenzie could not decipher.
"Tomorrow morning."
Jared snagged more sandwiches.
"This isn't easy, you know. I wish they would see it and come with us."
The agony of the decision the two friends had come to was written all over Ted's face. "And leave Grace behind?" Mackenzie cast a worried look at the hallway, afraid the others would overhear.
"She's a liability in this world,"
Jared said simply.
"I wish we could just find a nice dream castle for her to live her life in, but she'd ruin it."
"You keep mentioning dream castles and safe havens. Tildy mentioned a dream palace. What are they?" Mackenzie pushed her plate away, half her sandwich uneaten. Without a word, Grant slid the plate right back to her. Frowning at him, she gave in, picking up the sandwich and nibbling on the corner.
"It's a dead spot that someone has taken control of completely,"
Jared said around a mouthful of a new sandwich.
"And not just restoring it to how it looked in the other world. We're talking a complete alteration to fit the Shaper's will."
Ted returned to the table and reclaimed his chair.
"We did see one that looked like a big pink castle, massive and extremely detailed. It belonged to a young teenage girl out near the Houston area. It even had unicorns."
Jared smirked. "I thought you said I couldn't do that." Mackenzie twisted about on her chair to stare at Grant. "You said I can only restore dead spots to what they once were."
"Right now, that is all you can do. I didn't want to add pressure." Dream constructs are not easy to create or maintain at first. The longer the shaper believes in it, the stronger it becomes.
Grant's blue eyes implored her to understand.
I have been trying to guide you in this world. I'm trying not to overwhelm you.
Mackenzie rolled her eyes.
I don't think that's possible.
There are dream palaces and nightmare palaces. The person who takes control decides which it will be.
Jared nodded to Ted.
Remember that Star Wars one? That one was weird, Ted grimaced. All the women were Leia in a slave outfit, and the shaper had them on leashes.
So why haven't you made one?
Mackenzie asked the man at the table. Not strong enough, sorry to say, Ted replied. Once you die in this world, you're tainted. It gets harder to be a shaper after each death. We've lost too much of our life spark.
Jared's smile completely vanished, and he studiously wiped off his plate with the crust of his bread, mopping up the last of the drops of jelly.
We've maintained safe havens for certain lengths of time, but to establish a permanent dream palace is something we haven't been able to do, even with all of us trying. Though you may be able to do it, Ted pointed out. You haven't died yet. You're strong enough to fix this house, so you might be able to create a safe place for yourself and Grant. But you won't be able to take in people like us. Outsiders can compromise dream palaces. Though we're very grateful you took us in tonight. The reality is that if you ever build a dream palace, you can't let us in.
It all made sense in a horrible way. It even explained Grant's paranoia about Tildy. He had recognized how close she was to her final death and transformation into a wraith. She had to wonder why Grant had allowed the others into the farmhouse, though. It seemed out of character somehow. But she would have to wait to ask him until they had a moment alone. Footsteps in the hallway alerted the group in the kitchen to the approach of the others. Dawn and Grace entered with their empty plates and glasses. Dawn gave them all a speculative look. But Grace promptly walked over to the kitchen windows, peeled back the curtains, and peered out. The dishes clinked together when Dawn set them inside the sink and turned on the faucet. It was a strangely comforting sound. Mackenzie scooted her chair away from the table, shielded the remains of her sandwich from Grant's watchful gaze, and joined Dawn. The young woman scrubbed away at the dishes, the foaming hot water billowing up around her wrists.
I can get that for you,
Dawn offered, extending a hand covered in soapy suds.
Thanks.
Mackenzie handed her the plate, then awkwardly watched the younger woman, trying to think of a way to start a conversation. The kitchen was horribly quiet now that Grace had joined them. She was giggling at the window, obviously amused by something outside.
Dawn, do you want to take your shower next?
Ted asked.
Sure, I'll take Grace with me and get her cleaned up too. I don't want to go in the water.
Grace whipped about, her face darkening.
That nasty shark will get me. I already told you that sharks are in the ocean, not in bathtubs,
Dawn answered calmly and with great patience.
What got her stirred up?
Jared asked wearily.
Brian is watching Jaws.
Dawn's brow furrowed. He's being a dipshit because I was paying more attention to her.
He knows better.
Ted shot to his feet and scooted around the table. Mackenzie shivered. The mere thought of sharks was enough to make her flinch. Jaws had traumatized her as a kid. She'd just been getting over her fear of sharks when she had visited her cousins in Galveston. They had spent an awesome day swimming and having fun in the high waves and bright sunlight. A day later, her uncle had shown the kids an aerial photograph that had been taken while they had been at the beach. The sleek, frightening forms of sharks had been terrifyingly close to them, though no one had ever seen the predators.
That was the last time Mackenzie ventured into the ocean.
I told him to turn it off, but he says it's his favorite movie, Dawn grumbled. It got Grace all riled up.
Jared followed Ted out of the room, while Grant sat in silence eating his sandwich.
The big fish was eating people,
Grace whispered to Mackenzie.
I don't like it. It's not nice like my goldfish at home.
It was just a movie. The shark was fake. It was exactly what her mother had told Mackenzie every time she tried to cajole Mackenzie into the water on their vacations. Grace regarded her with skepticism.
You can take a shower instead of a bath.
Dawn finished washing the dishes and setting them in the drainer.
Is that fine?
Scrunching up her face, Grace pondered the question before giving a short nod. Smiling with relief, Dawn wiped her hands on a towel and extended her hand toward Grace.
Good. Now, let's go get cleaned up so we can go to sleep in a nice, comfy bed.
Raised voices in the living room made Dawn pause. Mackenzie could see the indecision in her expression. Should she hurry Grace past the quarreling men, or wait it out and risk Grace rebelling?
Come on, let's go get cleaned up. I don't want to see the shark. If the TV is on, just close your eyes and I'll guide you, okay?
Mackenzie was touched by Dawn's sweetness, but it also made her a little anxious. Mackenzie could see her own need to help others reflected in Dawn. She wondered if Dawn would end up witnessing Grace's death, just as Mackenzie had watched Tildy die. Worry wrinkled Grace's forehead, and she chewed on her bottom lip, but she nodded.
Okay.
Dawn planted a cheery, but not very convincing smile on her face.
A nice shower will make you feel better, I promise. Grant, the bathroom is at the top of the stairs, right?
Yes, it is. Let me show you where it is. Grant joined them near the hallway entrance. Grace reached out and grabbed his hand, smiling up at him rapturously. Mackenzie felt a small spark of jealousy, but mostly was amused by Grace's blatant but childish flirtatious smile. I'll just be a moment, Grant said to Mackenzie before leading the two women out of the kitchen. Leaning back against the counter, Mackenzie rubbed her throbbing temple. Exhaustion and pain were keeping her anxiety in check, but she could feel it pooling in the depths of her mind. The arguing voices were getting louder, and it wasn't helping her headache at all. She considered walking into the living room to turn off the television and tell them all to shut up, but she didn't really want to see any piece of the famous shark movie. She scurried up the hall to the base of the stairs, averting her eyes from the television as she grabbed the newel post, swung about, and hurried up the steps. The haunting, terrifying music from John Williams's score followed in her wake. I like this movie. I can't just ignore what I like because this fucking place might do something twisted with it. Brian's voice sounded from below. We can't take risks, Brian, especially with Grace around. Ted sounded desperate and afraid. Grace isn't doing it. Turn the damn TV off, Jared shouted. Give me the remote. Mackenzie reached the second floor and scooted past Dawn and Grace, who were watching Grant explain where everything was located for their showers. She glanced into the bathroom long enough to see Grant gazing after her worriedly.
Are you sure sharks can't get through the pipes?
Grace asked doubtfully. Mackenzie just wanted to lie down and sort out her thoughts. The dream had shaken her, and the new arrivals had brought a fresh set of problems. Retiring to the bedroom, Mackenzie sprawled across the bed. She could still hear the men downstairs arguing, and Grace plying Grant with questions. Laying her hand over her eyes, she tried to block out the voices. She needed to think, and the noise was distracting her. Then
She heard something that made her heart stutter and her body tense.
"Do you think the clown will come in and do tricks for us tonight?"
Grace's voice asked loudly from the hallway.
"I really like his blue hair."
Chapter 19. The clown stood silent and still in the open field, a cloud of balloons hovering stationary around him. The flowing iridescent ribbons dangling from the balloons danced in the breeze, the only movement other than the swaying grass. It was difficult to catch her breath. Her chest felt like it was being gradually squeezed by a vice. The sensation dramatically increased when Tildy strode around the corner of the house and tilted her head to gaze up at the window. The emaciated woman's cold, dead eyes glinted, and her lips spread into a feral smile. As she lifted one hand, her long, claw-like fingers waved. Gasping, Mackenzie swiveled away from the window, crashing into Grant. She hadn't heard him enter the room, and when his hands closed around her upper arms, she attempted to shove him away.
"Don't touch me!"
"It's me, Mackenzie," Grant said, managing to hold on to her despite her attempts to wrench free.
"The clown, Tildy,"
Mackenzie pointed toward the window.
"They're out there."
"Mackenzie, they can't get in," Grant said in a fierce voice, slightly shaking her. "You have control."
"What if she lets them in? What if Ted and Jared are right? What if Grace lets them in and they—"
The edges of her vision were blurring. Breathless, she sagged against Grant. "Mackenzie, you need to stop being hysterical," he whispered in her ear. "Calm down."
"You don't understand. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to keep them out,"
Mackenzie whispered in a raspy voice. If she couldn't even protect the child that had been growing inside of her, how could she keep out the monsters and protect the people taking refuge in the house?
"Grant, I don't want to be the reason other people die. I already lost Tildy today."
Finding it difficult to stand, she took a step toward the bed, but her knees buckled. Grant caught her, lifted her up into his arms, and carried her to the bed. Tucking a pillow under her head, Grant leaned over her. His voice was firm but calming. "You're in control. They can't get in unless you let them in." His face shrouded in shadows. Grant pressed his lips to her forehead. The intimacy of the gesture sent shivers through her body, and she closed her eyes. The gentle touch of his fingers stroking her hair gradually diminished the chaos in her mind. Tanner had often comforted her in the exact same way in the past. He'd always known how to calm her and make her feel protected from the troubles of the world. It was too easy to imagine he was here with her, holding her, keeping her safe. Like her earlier dream, Tanner's ghostly presence dissolved into Grant. His body was sturdier, heavier, and more muscular than Tanner's. His fingers were soft, not roughened by hard labor. He smelled like lavender and soap, not the open air and fresh earth. It felt terribly wrong to feel another man touching her, comforting her and arousing her. Opening her eyes, she saw desire in Grant's gaze. His fingertips glided over the edge of her chin, and his lips hovered close to hers. Though her rational mind screamed for her not to give in to her body's growing arousal and her need to be comforted, she didn't move to resist him. In fact, it was as if she couldn't muster the energy to refuse him. An eerie stillness filled her as he caressed her face and laid gentle kisses on her lips. She didn't respond, but she didn't deny his touch. The seductive languor of the earlier dream aided her defenses. Was it so terrible to give in? To crave a moment of comfort? Grant's hand on her hip sent tremors of desire mixed with anxiety through her. Could she let someone touch her like Tanner had? Could she let Grant into her body and possibly her heart? She felt split in half. One piece was dying to surrender to the man that found her desirable, while another part of her mind remained unmoved and separate from the growing passion between them, rummaging worriedly through all that had transpired in the last day. It was difficult to let go of her fears. What about the clown? Grace liked the clown, Mackenzie whispered against Grant's kiss.
Mackenzie, if the monsters enter, it's because you let them in.
Covering her mouth with his as if to silence her, he deepened the kiss as his tongue seductively flicked hers. A comment one of the newcomers had said swirled up from the dying embers of the raging fire of anxiety that was slowly being replaced by the cool, calming waves of Grant's touch. Struggling to grasp it, she turned her face away from Grant, and his lips slid downward to nip the curve of her throat. A surge of panic ripped through her the second her mind ascertained what was bothering her. She never dies! Pushing him off, she stared at Grant in horror. Grace never dies because she's not one of us.
Mackenzie, you're panicking. Just relax.
No! Mackenzie pushed his hands away, struggling to escape the covers of the bed that suddenly seemed determined to wrap around her ankles and keep her trapped.
You're not making sense, Mackenzie.
Yes, I am. It all makes sense. She doesn't die because she's a wraith. She's the one in control. Don't you see? The group let her in, and that's why they're never safe. We're not safe. Mackenzie finally broke free of the sheets and comforter and launched herself out of the bed. Pounding across the room to the bedroom door, ignoring the pain throbbing in her swollen feet, she felt anger and fear washing away the vestiges of desire. Twisting the doorknob, she jerked the door open and startled Brian. He'd been walking past the doorway. "Where's Grace?" Mackenzie demanded.
Downstairs with Dawn. They're putting their clothes in the washer.
Brian answered a tad warily. He studied her flushed face.
What's up with you?
Grace. It's Grace, Mackenzie said in a low voice.
Oh, shit. Not you too.
Rolling his eyes, Brian shook his head and took a step away from her. Mackenzie grabbed his arm and yanked him about. His annoyance only made her angrier. She's a wraith, Brian. That's why she never dies. That's why you can't form safe havens. You're letting in the thing you want to keep out. Mackenzie stared into the boy's eyes, trying to communicate the truth of her statement. She knew without a doubt she was right.
No, she's not.
Anger sparked in his eyes, but his tone lacked conviction.
You're wrong. That's stupid.
You know. Mackenzie gaped at him in disbelief, yet she could see it clearly stamped on his features. You know she's a wraith. The young man's jaw tightened, his mouth twisting nervously. His gaze darted toward Grant, who lingered just behind Mackenzie in the bedroom.
Grant, tell her she doesn't understand.
Grant remained silent, his hand gently coming to rest on Mackenzie's shoulder. She wasn't sure if he meant it as a sign of solidarity or to possibly hold her in place. No, Brian, I don't understand. Why didn't you tell the others? Why have you been defending her? Mackenzie grabbed his wrist tightly, but he jerked away.
Let go of me, bitch.
Brian, she's killing you and the others over and over again, Mackenzie said, She doesn't hurt Dawn. The other things do sometimes, but Grace leaves Dawn alone," Brian hissed.
"But you and the others die because of Grace."
"Brian, you've been feeding a wraith."
Grant's voice was clipped and hushed, obviously trying to keep the conversation from the people below.
"I didn't know at first, but I figured it out, okay? A few weeks ago, I figured it out. We have a deal now. She doesn't hurt Dawn."
Brian's eyes glimmered with tears.
"As long as I feed her, she won't hurt Dawn."
"You're feeding her yourself and the others."
The horror that filled Mackenzie was overwhelming. The atmosphere altered around her, becoming more ominous and foreboding.
"And us. You're feeding her us."
Brian's face darkened.
"You had to fuck it up, didn't you? Maybe she would have gone easy on you since she was glutted earlier, but you had to go and fuck it up."
The fury in his lowered voice was terrifying.
"What happens next is your fault."
"You're doing this so Dawn will stay with you.
You're using Grace to keep her with you.
Don't you realize what will happen if you keep sacrificing yourself? You'll turn into a wraith."
It all made terrible sense to Mackenzie's broken heart. She understood the terrible things a person would do to try to keep the person they loved with them. How many times had she begged Tanner to stay? How many times had she tried to bargain with God to work a miracle and restore her baby and Tanner?
"At least then I can control this world. I can protect Dawn even better if I'm a wraith.
I'll guard her and protect her when I finally become one." Brian shifted his gaze to Grant.
"You know how it is. How it is to want to protect the one you love at all costs."
"We need to get Grace out of here,"
Mackenzie exclaimed.
"Now!"
Shaking free of Grant's grip, Mackenzie rushed through the hallway to the top of the stairs. Thumping footsteps in her wake made her scurry down the stairs faster than she should have. Her battered foot slipped down the steps and she fell hard on her right hip. The pain was jarring, and she let out an agonized cry. At the top of the stairs, Grant and Brian struggled, their voices rising. The argument was background noise to Mackenzie's wildly beating heart. The front door was shrouded in shadows, and the barricade appeared horribly flimsy in the light of the revelation about Grace's nature.
"Mac?"
Ted's voice sounded below. She peered through the slats of the banister to see him standing in the hallway below, staring at her with concern.
"Did you fall?"
"It's Grace,"
Mackenzie said through teeth gritted with pain. She rubbed her hip with trembling fingers, trying to work out the painful knot.
"She's a wraith."
"What?"
Ted's eyes widened.
"She's a wraith. Brian has a deal with her." "Telling stories isn't nice."
Grace stepped out of the living room, an icy glass of chocolate milk grasped in her small hand. She was dressed in pink sweats that she had borrowed from the former homeowner's closet.
"I know what you are,"
Mackenzie said boldly. Holding on to the banister, she heaved herself upward, balancing herself carefully on her good leg. Behind Grace, Dawn appeared, her brow crinkled with distaste.
"Don't you start, too." "She's a wraith, Dawn. Brian made a deal with her to spare you." "That's bullshit. I've died, too."
Ted nodded reluctantly in agreement.
"That's true. Dawn has died a few times. I know because I tried to save her."
"How about in the last few weeks? Has she been dying less? Maybe Brian more?"
"Because he wants to be what Grace is, so he can keep Dawn."
"He can't have her. She's mine,"
Grace said, licking her milk mustache.
"Dawn belongs to me."
Taking a sharp step to one side,
Dawn swiveled about to look at Grace.
"What did you say?"
"You're mine,"
Grace answered sweetly.
"You're my best friend."
Uncertainty flitted over Dawn's face.
"Is that what you really meant?"
Grace slurped her milk, giggling.
"Mackenzie doesn't know what she's talking about."
Brian violently shoved Grant aside and rushed down the stairs.
"I think she does."
Ted darted onto the steps to head off Brian. Wedging his body between Mackenzie and Brian, Ted stared into the eyes of his companion.
"You knew Grace is a wraith, and you didn't say anything because you know that Dawn will stick with her if the group splits. Then you'd have her all to yourself. That's not how it is."
Spittle flew from Brian's lips and his face was a deep crimson.
"I didn't know at first. I just figured it out."
Jared appeared at the top of the stairs wrapped in towels, soap suds still clinging to his arms and upper body.
"What the hell is going on?" "Grace is a wraith and Brian knew about it."
Ted's voice was sharp, and violence loomed in his eyes.
"Motherfucker,"
Jared growled. Ted didn't correct his language.
"Did you want the group to split? Were Jared and I maybe getting too close to the truth? Were you afraid Dawn would come with us and not you if she knew what you've been doing?"
Brian glowered at the man on the step below him, his eyes narrowing.
"I'm not answering your bullshit questions. Who the hell made you the boss anyway?"
Holding on to the rail, Mackenzie locked gazes with Grace, who continued to happily slurp her chocolate milk. Dawn lifted her face to watch the argument on the stairs while gradually easing around Grace. Smirking, Grace finished the milk. Still locking eyes with Mackenzie, she held out her empty glass.
"Could you get me more? I'm hungry,"
Grace said. Her eyes were completely black, flat, and shark-like. Fear poured into Mackenzie like ice water. It filled her up, drowning her in its frigid depths. Trembling violently, she could barely stand. The arguing men on the stairs were foolishly ignoring the dangerous creature below them. Jared's voice increased several volumes, while Grant's neutral tones urged calm.
"I will not calm down," Jared shouted. "This fucking moron knew all along."
Grace extended her hand, her eyes firmly on Mackenzie, and deliberately unfurled her fingers.
"Dawn,"
Mackenzie said, her voice cracking.
"Run!"
The glass shattered on the floor. As she dove for the stairs, Dawn's wide eyes reflected Mackenzie's own terror.
"Mine!"
Grace roared. Her small frame leaped into action, her arms locking around Dawn's waist, driving her brutally onto the staircase. Scrabbling at the steps, Dawn attempted to crawl out from under the smaller woman.
"Help me!"
Mackenzie managed to snag the teenager's hand and tried to pull her free.
"She's mine,"
Grace screeched. Terror filled Dawn's eyes when Grace tore her from Mackenzie's grasp. Grace flipped the screaming girl over and buried her face in her chest.
"No! Grace!"
Brian shrieked.
"No!"
Ted wrapped one arm around Mackenzie's waist, swiveled around and thrust her in Grant's direction as Brian bolted past them. Dawn's shrieks and Grace's inhuman growls sent Mackenzie scrambling, her battered feet and bruised hip protesting every step.
"Barricade the top of the stairs,"
Grant shouted.
"We can't leave them with her,"
Jared protested. Below, Ted's shouts mingled with Brian's cries of despair. As Mackenzie neared the top of the steps, she realized she didn't hear Dawn screaming anymore. Unable to stop herself, Mackenzie dared to peek. Dawn lay lifeless on the stairs, her throat and chest a bloody ruin.
Brian sobbed over her body while Ted fought with Grace. The small woman was drenched in blood, her mouth a gaping maw filled with shark teeth. Lunging forward, she snapped at Ted's face. Mackenzie felt a scream building up from deep within her, but it strangled in her throat. Grace's fearsome mouth closed on Ted's throat, and a geyser of blood rained on Brian. With a swift jerk of her head, Grace ripped Ted's head from his shoulders. Sobbing, Brian rocked Dawn's body, his face buried in her hair. Though he seemed to be speaking words, they were jumbled and drowned out by Jared's cries. Tearing past Mackenzie, Jared launched himself over the railing toward Grace. Appearing more inhuman than ever, the shark-eyed woman whipped her head to one side, hurtling Ted's head into the living room. "Mackenzie!" Grant's voice compelled her into motion. Flinching with each step, Mackenzie hurried to mount the last steps. "You're all mine!" Grace screeched. "Not his! Mine!" The sound of cracking timbers and splintering wood was the only warning. Then the roof sheared off and flew away. Dust filled the roaring wind that howled into the broken house as the staircase lurched, the walls shook, and Mackenzie crashed onto the top of the staircase. Crawling up the last steps, she rolled onto the second floor. Grant helped her to her feet, and together they fled through the long hallway. The wind churning through the house battered them against the walls and tripped them onto the floor. Through the gaping space above them, Mackenzie briefly caught glimpses of the cloudy night and full moon, but something black as obsidian and moving on many legs obscured her view. "Help me!" Brian cried out, his voice barely discernible over the roar of the wind that washed over them like raging water. Mackenzie glanced over her shoulder and saw his blood-soaked figure crest the stairs. His agonized expression and fear-filled eyes almost made her feel sorry for him. But then she remembered that he was the cause of all the destruction around her. Grant flung Mackenzie against the wall and pressed his body over hers seconds before an enormous, wickedly barbed armored claw slashed through the hallway and speared Brian through the chest. His face slackened with shock and pain, and then he was hoisted into the night sky. "Where do we go?" Mackenzie screamed over the furor. Grant jerked a door open and gruffly flung her into a closet filled with blankets and pillows. The ceiling was still intact, giving the space a tomb-like aura. Grant cradled her face in his hands and kissed her fiercely. "I won't let her have you. You don't belong to her." Releasing Mackenzie, Grant banged the door shut, leaving her in absolute darkness. When the knob wouldn't budge, Mackenzie beat her hands on the door. The inky blackness of the closet enshrouded Mackenzie. There was no light, and her fingers clawed at the lock, trying to find a way out. Though the sounds from outside terrified her, the thought of being trapped in a collapsing house was even more frightening. "Let me out!" The door opened, revealing Loretta in a nightgown and robe that matched the ones Mackenzie was wearing. Without a word, Loretta extended her hand, and Mackenzie gripped it gratefully. Together, the women scurried along the bucking hallway, avoiding the debris flying through the air. The woman created from the memory of the house guided Mackenzie through a smaller hall and to a narrow door. Pulling it open, Loretta dragged Mackenzie inside. A very narrow staircase led downstairs. "Where does it go?" Mackenzie asked. "The kitchen," Loretta answered. The house shuddered again. An excruciatingly high screech sent flashes of pain through Mackenzie's head. The former homeowner tugged on Mackenzie's hand, urging her to follow her down the steep and narrow stairway. Grimacing, Mackenzie complied. She had no other choice than to run away before Grace and the creatures she had summoned ripped the house apart. The staircase opened into the back of the pantry. The door was cracked and hung from a single hinge. Beyond the doorway, the kitchen was littered with broken dishes and collapsed cabinets. The breakfast table and chairs were scattered across the floor. Water spewed out of broken pipes, and the socks Mackenzie was wearing were instantly soaked with water.
"Get out of the house and run out of the dead spot. It's going to be dangerous out in the nightmare world, but it's worse inside the dead spot with the wraith controlling it,"
Loretta said, hauling Mackenzie to the rear door. She grabbed a carving knife off the floor and handed it to Mackenzie.
"Just keep running until you find another dead spot. Secure it, and don't let anyone in."
"Loretta, I can't just leave you."
"I'm not real," Loretta said firmly. "I'm just a memory."
"Grant is fighting Grace. He needs me." Wrenching open the door to the outside, Loretta adamantly shook her head.
"You need to go now."
The floor violently shook beneath Mackenzie's feet, and the windows exploded, littering the room with shards of glass. Taking hold of Mackenzie's shoulders, Loretta shoved her onto the porch. Clenching the knife, Mackenzie hurried down the steps to the backyard. Her wet socks and bandages squelched into the damp earth, and she winced. She stole one last look at the house as she hurried away, and saw Loretta standing in the doorway watching her. Seconds later, the house shuddered and collapsed, returning to the same state she had found it in hours before. Half limping, half running, Mackenzie hurried through the backyard, crawled over a broken fence, and headed toward the trees in the distance. The howl of the wind accompanied the growl of a great beast, sending Mackenzie's heart into spasms. Pressing one hand to her chest, she concentrated on her breathing. She felt dizzy and faint, but she refused to pass out. If not for the moonlight sifting through the clouds above, Mackenzie never would have seen the hole punched deep into the earth. She barely caught herself in time to avoid falling into the darkness below. Skirting around it, she felt the ground tremble. Again, a creature let out a great screech, and the shadows swiftly swarming against the glow of the moon drew her attention upward. A spider-like creature many stories tall and suspended on countless limbs blotted out the radiant orb as it lumbered across the terrain. Its legs, adorned with barbed hooks, perforated the ground, leaving holes much like the one she had almost fallen into. Smaller legs, tipped in pincers, snapped at the flock of bat-like owls teeming around its head. Mackenzie thought she saw a human figure clutched in one of those pincers, and she thought of Grant. Where was he? Did Grace kill him? She felt utterly lost without him, yet she had no choice but to run. The creature thundering over her head did not appear to have seen her, and she resumed her frenzied trek to the tree line. Every step was increasingly agonizing, and she virtually had to drag her right leg as she hobbled resolutely on. The knife in her hand was a reassuring weight. But against a creature like Grace, she doubted she would come out alive. Tears of fear and despair were cold against her flushed skin. She didn't want to die like the others had. The smell of death clung to her skin and filled her nostrils. The hot, coppery smell of Ted's lifeblood would forever haunt her. In the amusement park, she had almost given in to death. Maybe it was because she had felt dead already, but now she felt agonizingly alive and wanted to stay that way. The pine trees rose before her like a dark mountain range. Though it was foolish for her to consider them a safe haven, she lied to herself that she would find safety in the gloom. "Mackenzie!" It sounded like Grant, far away and desperate to find her. The edge of the woods was only 20 feet away now. She was out of the dead spot. If she could perhaps hide until daylight, she could find her way to a new dead spot she could take control of and secure. "Mackenzie!" She hesitated, unsure if she should make her presence known, but Grant sounded winded and frightened. "Mackenzie! Here!" The second the words left her lips, she panicked. Maybe Grant now knew where she was, but so did the other things in the night. She raked her gaze over the field, seeking out Grant's form. "Mackenzie!" The voice no longer sounded like Grant. She shuddered, terror enveloping her. "Tildy," she whispered. Pivoting on her good leg, she saw Tildy standing directly behind her. The flat blackness of her eyes stole Mackenzie's breath away. Tildy smirked. "You're so easy to find. Almost not worth the trouble." Without thinking, Mackenzie plunged the carving knife into Tildy's chest. The wraith gasped in shock. Then her face clouded with fury. Tildy lunged forward, her clawed hands shoving Mackenzie off her feet. Instead of crashing to the ground, Mackenzie felt herself falling. As she thrust out her hands to stop her descent, her fingers dug into moist, soft earth. It was then she realized she was falling into a grave. "No!" She slammed into the muddy bottom of the grave, the air knocked out of her lungs. Gasping for breath, she tried to roll onto her knees. Hands erupted from the mud, gripping her arms and legs. Unable to scream, her lungs constricting, Mackenzie thrashed about trying to break free. The clawed hands clamped over her hips and shoulders, drawing her into the mud. The anxiety attack hit her like a ton of bricks, stealing her reason, stealing her breath, and hurtling her into a full-blown panic. Wheezing, unable to cry out for help, she fought to break free from the iron grip of the dirty fingers holding her. From the walls of the grave, the silent mourners emerged, their arms empty of their terrible dolls, but their faces still frozen in a noiseless scream. Writhing against her captors, Mackenzie watched in terror as the creatures gathered over her, blocking out the last bit of moonlight trickling into the grave. One of them straddled her chest and reached down with its long, bony arms, its hands covering her face. The mourner thrust Mackenzie's head into the mud. The soggy, foamy dirt filled her ears, mouth, nose, and eyes. The chalky taste of earth gagged her, and she flailed, striving to break free. Struggling for breath, she only dragged mud into her lungs. The roar of the blood racing through her body filled her ears, and the pain in her chest became unbearable. When she opened her eyes, they only stung and burned from the mud and filled her vision with darkness. It was then that Mackenzie knew she was going to die. As death laid its agonizing claim on her and dragged her into the mire, Mackenzie's last thoughts were that dying wouldn't bring her peace or release. Chapter 20. The sound of birds chirping and the rustling of leaves lured her out of her deep slumber. Eyelids fluttering, she was temporarily blinded by light. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she slowly opened them to see the thick gray clouds of an overcast sky. The jagged tops of trees edged her vision, and a gentle breeze brushed over her face to play in her hair. Somewhere in her mind, she anticipated pain, but instead she felt relaxed, warm, and even buoyant. There wasn't a single uncomfortable twinge in her body. Stretching her arms over her head, she flexed her feet inside of her leather boots. and felt the belt tugged into the loops of her jeans rub against her hip bones. Slightly tilting her head, she saw that she was lying in a meadow. The day had a placid, dreamy feel. The tall green pines were untouched by the change of the season, but the tawny color of the grass spoke of autumn, and a few trees were capped with red and orange leaves. "Where am I?" she wondered aloud. Her legs dangled, brushing the grass beneath her, and her hands rested in the tangle of her floating hair. She loved the sensation of drifting on warm waters. "That's not right," she said, frowning. She wasn't in water. Rolling over, she gave out a startled gasp when her body swiveled completely about and she ended up facing the tops of the swaying grass. She wasn't lying in a meadow, but hovering a few feet above it. Suspended in the air, she floated in the crisp, soothing breeze, the sensation strange, yet exhilarating. "I'm dreaming," she decided. No, that wasn't right. "I'm trapped in the dream world," she amended. Then the last 24 hours crashed into her conscious mind like a sledgehammer, shattering her solemnity. The full awakening of her mind sent her plummeting to the ground with a painful thump. The smell of fresh earth after a gentle rain made her gag. She vividly remembered the sensation of mud filling her mouth and throat. Clambering upright, she stood in the center of the meadow. Fresh, wonderful air filled her lungs. The rush of oxygen to her brain made her a little dizzy, but it felt amazing to be able to take a breath. She was alive again. Mackenzie wasn't certain if she was relieved or not. In the moments before her death, she had yearned to awaken in heaven with Joshua in her arms. Now, standing alone in an empty field, she felt the pang of her loss keenly. She was alone again in a world filled with nightmares. A quick inventory of her apparel revealed she was clad in the same clothing she had been wearing when she entered the dead spot. Even her purse was lying on the ground nearby. The painful blisters that had covered her feet seemed to be gone, and the ugly knot between her shoulders was blissfully missing. Touching her hair, face, and neck, she noted the lack of mud. It occurred to her that despite Tildy's claims of being killed and resurrected recently, she hadn't borne any marks of death. "It's like I didn't even drown in a muddy grave," she muttered. Picking up her purse, she studied the meadow and the trees. It appeared she was nowhere near the old farmhouse. Even the trees were different, with more oak and cedar than pines. Mackenzie hoped she had resurrected far away from Grace and Tildy. She felt a pang of remorse when she thought of Grant. Obviously, he had tried to save her, but failed. Now she had no idea where he was in this terrible world. But maybe they would find each other eventually. She missed him, but she suspected he missed her more. His last kiss had been filled with passion and need. The thought of it made her flush and feel uncomfortable. Shoving those thoughts away, she concentrated on what she needed to do now. Mackenzie rummaged through her purse. It was a relief to see Joshua's blanket still rolled up at the bottom. Out of habit, she checked her cell phone. It was nearly out of battery and there was no service. For a moment, she'd hoped she was back in the real world, but realized that was foolish. Everyone else who died in a dead spot resurrected in the world of dreams and nightmares. With a sigh, she looked in both directions. What she had missed before was that there were dark shapes hidden in the tall grasses to her right. Her heart sped up at the thought of monsters lurking in the meadow, but then she realized the forms were boxy in appearance. Taking a few steps toward them, she caught sight of the elegant Gothic spires of a wrought iron fence listing in the grass. "A graveyard," she said. "Shit!" Mackenzie's first inclination was to be scared. But then she realized that a graveyard would have to be near a road. She'd have to walk through the graveyard to find it, but the overwhelming fear she would have experienced before was now a low hum. Maybe it was flippant to think such a thing, but she really couldn't see how her situation could worsen. What she had feared would happen had happened. She had died in the most horrible way imaginable, but she was alive again. The memory made her shudder, but also feel strangely triumphant. Shifting her purse onto one shoulder, she started across the old abandoned graveyard. Many of the headstones were broken or overwhelmed by weeds. Some graves had sunk deep into the earth, the inscriptions barely visible. Others were rubbed bare by the elements. The atmosphere of the cemetery was peacefully gloomy. It wasn't scary, but rather sad. Mackenzie hesitated near an angel that had long ago lost its features. Reaching out, she patted the angel's cheek. She hadn't consciously recognized she was in a dead spot, but her touch restored the monument to its full glory. The upraised eyes of the angel rose out of the worn stone to beseech the heavens. The dainty lips, solemn in their repose, regained definition.
"Much better,"
Mackenzie whispered in awe. The restored angel was beautiful. Her wings were skillfully carved, and she looked as though she were ready to take flight to heaven, carrying the souls of the dead in her elegantly poised arms. The cry of a child forced Mackenzie out of her reverie. For a moment, she thought she had perhaps imagined the sound. But then it came again, desperate and afraid. It reminded her of the cries she had heard the day before. Scrutinizing the area, Mackenzie sought out the source of the frantic calls for help. Yesterday, Grant had convinced her that the screams had been a trap, but he'd been wrong about Grace, and she had been right. Now that she was on her own, she was going to have to trust her instincts. She had counted on others for too long to save her. It was time for her to save herself. If it was a trap, she would fight back. But if it wasn't, there was a child in need. Breaking into a run, she headed in the direction of the cries. A line of trees separated one portion of the cemetery from another section that was heavily overgrown with brambles. There were very few headstones in this area. Most graves were marked with slabs of concrete that were cracked and covered in a thick layer of green mold. The ground gently sloped downward to a wide expanse of land, filled with more opulent monuments surrounding a dank, dark pond. Wisps of water vapor slid over the ground, ghostly in appearance. Another cry rang out. Scanning the graveyard, Mackenzie finally saw a little boy scampering among the obelisks and weeping angels. Casting frightened looks over his shoulder, he darted between the markers, taking cover from something Mackenzie couldn't see. Running was difficult due to her heels, but she managed to reach the area where the little boy was hiding just before she caught the scent of death. It was pungent and revolting. Nervously inspecting the area, she covered her nose with one hand.
"Watch out!"
the little boy shouted. Mackenzie glimpsed a dark shape out of the corner of her eye, and she instinctively swung her purse at it. Her heavy purse smacked into the gray face of a man lunging out from behind a tall tombstone. Knocked off balance, he windmilled his arms, attempting to stay on his feet. His white hair, chalky face, and frayed suit seemed curiously familiar. Retreating from the uncoordinated man, Mackenzie caught sight of the child crouching behind a large double tombstone.
"Lady, you need to hide."
Mackenzie ducked and scooted behind the gravestone topped by a flying eagle. The little boy had an unruly cowlick of dark blonde hair, freckles, and big brown eyes. Dressed in jeans, PF Flyers sneakers, and a blue and red striped t-shirt, the boy stared fearfully over the top of the cement marker at the ghastly creature.
"He's a dead man who wants to kill me," the boy whispered.
He was probably around 6 or 7 years old, and still had a hint of baby fat in his face and body. Mackenzie dared to take a peek, and truly studied the awkwardly shambling man. He stood out starkly in the graveyard, his body and clothing varying shades of black and white. Slowly it dawned on Mackenzie why he seemed familiar. "Night of the Living Dead," she whispered to the boy. "It's the zombie from the first scene in the movie."
"Zombie?"
The term was obviously foreign to his tongue.
"Yeah, the zombie who goes after Barbara and Johnny in the first scene." "My name is Johnny," the boy whispered, his eyes widening. "That monster wants to bash my brains out just like the guy he killed in the movie."
Mackenzie fit all the pieces together and understood what was going on. Johnny had manifested the monster out of the classic zombie movie, and now it pursued him. That's why the creature was in black and white.
"Well, he's not going to,"
Mackenzie said firmly. Johnny's eyes welled with tears.
"He has before."
"Well, not this time." Mackenzie stood and watched the zombie searching behind some gravestones nearby. "Stay here." She had watched Night of the Living Dead every Halloween with Tanner. She knew that this particular zombie was the fastest and meanest of the lot. The thought of it killing the little boy hiding behind the headstone infuriated her. It was awful enough that she was being terrorized by her fears, but the thought of an innocent child enduring this world spurred her into action. She'd already died once in this world, and she felt strangely emboldened by that fact. The one thing her death had taught her was that she was not going to run away again. If she was going to die, she was going to die fighting. She stooped over and plucked a piece of a shattered gravestone off the ground. It weighed a good 5 pounds, and she clutched it with both hands. "Hey, asshole!" she shouted. The zombie stopped its search and rested its eyes on her. "Come get me!" Fear sped up in her heart, but Mackenzie stood her ground. The zombie darted toward her with its stiff-legged gait. Its teeth were bared, its hand clawed, but she had already seen far worse the night before. It was almost upon her when she tackled it. They crashed onto the ground with Mackenzie on top. The zombie's hands flailed at her, trying to find purchase on her leather jacket. Raising the heavy stone over her head, she gritted her teeth. "So done with this crap," she exclaimed. Smashing the piece of tombstone onto the zombie's head, she felt the sickening crunch of bone as his skull shattered. Black blood splattered her arms and chest, but she ignored the reek of the corpse and bashed in the creature's face. She kept hitting it until it finally lay still beneath her, its head a flattened mess of white bone and black flesh and blood. Even in death, it was still caught in plain black and white. "It's dead," Mackenzie called out to the little boy. "Johnny, it's dead." Standing, she discarded the blood-caked lump of stone and walked to the pond. The dark water lapped against the edge, a tranquil sound that was a vivid disparity to the brutality of the event that had just occurred. She rubbed the black blood from her hands, her skin very white beneath the water. Using some napkins from the bottom of her purse, Mackenzie wiped off the blood from her jacket and face. She wet the napkins and kept blotting her clothing and skin, waiting for the little boy to join her. "You mushed his head," Johnny called out. She looked over to see him standing over the corpse. "Yeah, I did." "Cool." Johnny smiled and prodded the body with the toe of his sneaker. Mackenzie had to admit he was right. It was pretty cool. There was no buzzing anxiety filling her, making her head swim and her body heavy. She felt strong and competent, even heroic. Johnny squatted at her side, his grubby fingers raking at the damp earth.
You're like Wonder Woman before she got lame in the comics, he decided.
Mackenzie laughed, giddy at her victory. Thanks. I felt like Wonder Woman.
Why did you call him a zombie?
Johnny picked up a small twig and flung it into the pond. That's the name of the monsters like him. Frowning, Johnny picked up a red leaf and sent it sailing across the pond. After a few seconds, water lapped over the edge and submerged it.
I don't think so.
Well, in the second movie they're called zombies.
Second movie?
Johnny tilted his head.
There's a second movie?
Studying the boy's attire and hairstyle, Mackenzie realized her mistake. The little boy was from a later time period. What year were you born?
1962.
And when did you see Night of the Living Dead?
It was at the drive-thru. My brother took me. That was a couple of weeks before
He hesitated, his small mouth twisting nervously. Before you ended up in here? As he nodded, the little boy's eyes welled with tears.
I should have listened to Mama. She always said not to go into the haunted Weller house. She said bad things would happen, and she was right.
You went into the Weller house and it brought you here, didn't it?
Me and my brother. But he's gone now. He's bad now.
I'm sorry to hear that. Johnny shrugged his small shoulders and made another makeshift boat out of a twig and leaf. He sent it sailing across the pond. This one had better luck than the first leaf and stayed afloat. How long have you been alone?
I just woke up. I died again.
Rubbing his nose, Johnny looked sadly grim.
I didn't listen to Lucas, and I ran outside.
Is Lucas your brother? Mackenzie found some hand sanitizer in her purse and rubbed it on her face, neck, and hands.
No, he's my new friend. I was running from the Wolfman, and Lucas found me. He shot the Wolfman with a big gun. He had silver bullets, so the Wolfman stayed dead.
Putting away the hand sanitizer in her purse, Mackenzie pondered what Grant had told her about the man with the leather jacket. Why hadn't she questioned him more closely? It made her uneasy that she had just accepted what Grant had said. The man had saved her. So you liked Lucas? He was good to you?
Uh-huh. He made me hamburgers and French fries. We even got root beer floats. And he had a car. I liked the car.
A car? Mackenzie lifted her eyebrows, more confused than ever. Immediately her thoughts drifted to the car that had frightened Grant. Again she had believed him when he'd said that humans trapped in the dead spots couldn't control vehicles. Was Lucas maybe a wraith deceiving the child? How long were you with Lucas?
I think 2 weeks. Yesterday was scary, though. We were almost killed by balloons.
Mackenzie gaped at the boy. Near an amusement park?
Yeah, Lucas saw some people going inside, and he said it was a bad place. He tried to save them, but the balloons almost got him. I stayed in the car, but I saw them. I didn't know balloons could be monsters. That boat sank, too.
His small, chubby fingers began constructing a new boat out of 2 red leaves and bits of twig. Startled, Mackenzie remembered the man who saved her from Tildy the first time. Grant had told her he was a killer. That declaration really hadn't made sense to her then and didn't ring true now. Why would a murderer save her? Uneasy, she asked, "Does Lucas wear a leather jacket?"
Uh-huh. He has pictures on his arms. And earrings.
Johnny made a face.
It's kind of weird. But he's nice.
It was difficult to reconcile what Johnny was telling her with what Grant had insisted was true about the mysterious man in the leather jacket. Grant had seemed completely terrified of him. But Johnny obviously had trusted him as a protector.
How did you die? Didn't Lucas take care of you?
When we were getting food last night, the dead people came. The zombos?
Zombies, Mackenzie corrected.
Yeah. They were getting in the house and Lucas made me hide in the closet and told me to stay there until he was done killing them. But I got scared. I heard my brother calling me, trying to find me in the house, so I ran outside and—
Johnny fell quiet as he set his new boat adrift on the gentle waves of the pond. You don't have to tell me. I died last night, too. I ran outside when the house where I was staying fell apart.
Did the zombies get you, too?
No. Mackenzie hesitated, remembering Tildy's empty eyes and smirking lips. Well, kinda. A different zombie.
I don't like dying. It hurts so much.
I don't like it either. Mackenzie had to fight the urge to hug the little boy. He was such a solemn little creature with his haunted eyes and baby cheeks. Rising, Mackenzie stared across the graveyard, searching for the road she knew had to be close by.
This is a bad place,
Johnny said in a disgruntled tone. I know, Mackenzie said sadly.
It was nice when my brother and I first got here. We lived in a dream palace with some other kids for a long time. It was kind of cool. Then one day, the bad stuff got in.
Mackenzie flashed on Grace's gruesome visage when she had bit off Ted's head. Yeah, I know how that can be. After that, what did you do?
Ricky took care of me. He was 16. We tried to go home, but it didn't work. One time we went to Disneyland, but it was scary there. He always tried to keep me safe, but they killed him a lot. They killed him until Ricky is a monster now.
Again she fought the urge to hug the child. Johnny watched his leaf sailboat cruise the pond with a somber expression stamped on his features. Were you alone a long time before Lucas found you? Johnny nodded.
Yeah, I think it was a month, or maybe longer. I don't know. I hid a lot. Are you alone?
A friend was with me, but we got separated when I died. I don't know where he is now. Mackenzie folded her arms over her chest and nudged a stone with her foot. It was uncomfortable talking to the child about such dark subjects, but he had already endured far worse than she had.
Are you going to go find him?
Johnny inclined his head to look at her, slightly squinting in the daylight. I want to find a road and try to figure out where I am. I know where he was headed, so maybe we can find him.
Can I come with you?
Mackenzie looked at him in surprise. Of course. I wouldn't leave you here.
Other people didn't want me. They said I have a bad imagination.
I have a bad imagination, too. Trust me.
Maybe we can find Lucas. He has a nice car.
I didn't think people could have cars in this world.
He does. It's cool. It's black and has red seats.
Mackenzie spotted a thin line of asphalt at the far corner of the graveyard, near a copse of trees and a single-story building made of pink granite.
What are you afraid of?
Johnny asked timidly. The question brought myriad images into her head, from the ridiculous fears her mother had imposed on her growing up to the image of Grace's shark mouth. A lot of things. She squatted beside the boy and stared out over the dark water of the small pond. It was such a tranquil setting with the little boat skimming along its surface. I found the road out of here. I want you to come with me, okay? Offering her hand, she waited to see if he would take it. She dismissed her mother's nagging voice chiding her about taking on more than she could deal with,
and Grant's voice admonishing her for taking in yet another stray person. The boy needed her, and strangely, she needed him too. She didn't want to be alone, and her instincts were to take care of the child. His small hand settled into her palm, and her fingers closed over it.
"The boat is going to make it to the other side,"
Johnny said, a smile gracing his face. Mackenzie watched the little leaf boat accelerating toward the far end of the pond. It left small ripples in its wake. The shark burst out of the water, breaching like a whale, its white underbelly glistening in the muted sunlight. The tiny boat disappeared when its huge body crashed into the dark waves. Johnny's screams broke her out of her shocked state, and Mackenzie jerked him from the water's edge. Gasping for air, she stared in shock at the churning water. The shark had been a great white. Its length had to be at least half of the pond. It was impossible for it to exist within such a confined space, but then again, this was the world of the impossible. "It's okay. It can't reach us," Mackenzie said confidently, but took a few more steps away from the edge. "It can't leave the water." The dorsal fin broke the surface, the huge white shape barely visible beneath the water.
"I want to go,"
Johnny said. "Me too." Mackenzie firmly held his hand, guiding him away from the pond. Mackenzie couldn't help but steal looks at the giant fin slicing through the water. It made her stomach clench to see it so close, but she kept reminding herself that it was trapped in the pond. Yet the terror it inspired in her made her walk faster, and she hurried Johnny along.
"It's so big."
"It's a great white, like in Jaws."
"What's Jaws?"
A movie about a shark." Mackenzie forced herself not to look at the pond, but to focus on getting to the road.
"I don't think I would like it."
Slightly dragging his feet, the boy kept staring over his shoulder, trusting Mackenzie to guide him. "It's a very scary movie. Look, there's the road. We'll be there soon." She pointed toward their destination while looking down at Johnny, who finally turned his attention forward.
"Lady,"
the boy said, his voice hushed.
"My name is Mackenzie." "There's a wraith."
Johnny pointed, fear etched onto his face. Near the road, a dark figure stood waiting for them. Chapter 21. Stooping, Mackenzie grabbed another heavy chunk of a broken headstone. Johnny followed suit, still clutching her hand, while he leaned over to pluck a baseball-sized piece from the ground. Determination was etched on his innocent face, from the furrows between his eyebrows to his lips pressed into a tight line. His bravery touched Mackenzie. The tall shape didn't move. It was backlit by the sun, making it difficult to make out the facial features. From the way its head kept sweeping back and forth, it appeared to be scrutinizing the graveyard. Mackenzie ducked behind several bushes. Johnny crouched beside her.
"Can we kill it, Mackie?"
Mackenzie almost corrected his new nickname for her, but thought better of it. Her mother had never allowed anyone to use nicknames for her when she was growing up. Tanner had gleefully called her Mac, just to upset her picky mother. Let Johnny call her what he wanted. It wasn't going to hurt either one of them. "No, we're trying to avoid it. Maybe we can sneak around it." Watching the figure through the leaves of the bushes, Mackenzie experienced a twinge of recognition. Narrowing her eyes, she studied the form. For a moment she thought it was Tanner, but then she realized the shoulders were too broad.
"Grant!"
she exclaimed.
"It's Grant!" Mackie, that's not your friend. That's a bad guy,
Johnny said somberly.
No, it's my friend,
Mackenzie assured him, grinning. Johnny shook his head adamantly, trying to keep her next to him by tugging on her hand when she started to stand.
Don't!
It's okay, Johnny, I promise. He's my friend. Waving happily, she stepped into clear view.
Grant!
Mackenzie! His voice floated through the air. He burst into motion, running toward her. His suit jacket flapped around him like wings, and he quickly closed the space between them. Snatching her in his arms, he whirled her around, his face buried in her neck. I found you. Mackenzie laughed with relief.
I can't believe you found me.
It was blind luck. I woke up nearby. Wincing, Mackenzie said, You died too? Grant nodded grimly. I did, but at least I got my jacket back. Johnny dared to stand and grab Mackenzie's hand.
I want to go now.
Grant abruptly let go of Mackenzie at the sound of the child's voice and stared in surprise at the boy at her side. What's this? Johnny's fingers painfully clung to Mackenzie's hand, his small body slanting away from her, trying to pull her away.
Mackie, I want to go.
Witnessing the none too happy expression on Grant's face, Mackenzie regarded him in confusion.
This is my new friend. His name is Johnny.
Mackenzie, how could you? Grant asked incredulously. Sweeping his hand through his hair, he paced in front of her, obviously frustrated.
What do you mean?
Mackenzie scooted a little closer to Johnny, the joy of her reunion with Grant vanishing under the onslaught of his withering glare at the boy.
Mackie,
Johnny whispered,
I want to go. I don't like him.
Mackie? Grant shook his head, laughing bitterly.
What's wrong with you? Mackenzie demanded. Why are you acting like this?
The boy's a wraith. Grant pointed an accusing finger at the child.
No, you are, Johnny yelled back. You're bad.
He's obviously taken advantage of the fact that you're mourning your dead baby boy to get his hooks into you. After what happened last night with Grace, how could you do this again? Didn't you learn from Tildy? Grant stared at Mackenzie with a heartbroken expression on his face, his hands settling on her shoulders. You died once already, Mackenzie, because of these things. The thought of you dying because I took in that group kills me inside. I should have never risked your life with them or allowed you to take in Tildy. Everything about Grant's demeanor and words was painted with fear and affection. The softness in his eyes and the anxious tone of his voice affected her. For just a second, she wanted to console him and apologize for taking in Johnny, but then she looked at the scared boy at her side and shoved those thoughts away. We both made mistakes, Grant. Yesterday was awful. Last night was worse. But I'm not going to turn my back on a little boy. That's why it's disguised like a child, to lure you in. Mackenzie, when I died last night, all I could think of was that I had failed you. The second I was alive again today, I started searching for you. My every thought has been about you. I'm not going to let anything or anyone close to you again. You and I need to stay on our own. He's just a little boy. Isn't that convenient? A little boy who calls you Mackie. He might as well call you Mommy. Grant flung up his hands.
You're the bad thing, not me,
Johnny shouted, tears sparkling in his eyes. He tugged on Mackenzie's hand again.
I want to go.
Don't you dare throw my dead son in my face. I know Johnny is not Joshua. Even their names are similar. He's not a wraith. I saved him from a zombie. He's just a scared little boy. Mackenzie stepped protectively in front of Johnny. He's coming with us. Vexed, Grant didn't answer her. He stalked a few feet to the left, stopped, rested his hands on his hips, and stared out over the graveyard with his back to them.
I want to go, Mackie,
Johnny whispered.
He's not looking at us. We can run away.
He's just scared, Johnny. Mackenzie dropped to her knees to gaze into the little boy's face. Tears dotted his long lashes, and she gently wiped them away with her fingertips. He's scared because of all the bad things that happened to us last night. Johnny shook his head adamantly.
No, he's bad.
It was plain to see that Grant had developed deep feelings for her in a very short time. It made her uncomfortable, yet she could understand how absolutely lonely he must have been until he stumbled upon her. She could see how feelings could develop at a much speedier pace in this world. Already, she felt attached to the little boy standing at her side. She barely knew him, but her instinct was to protect him. She couldn't slight Grant for feeling the same way toward her. Though she didn't have romantic feelings toward Grant, and was very confused after the dream she'd experienced, she did have to acknowledge she wanted him at her side. The way he cared for her made her feel safe, though it irritated her at times. Finally turning around, Grant threw out his arms in surrender. "Fine, we'll take him with us." Gesturing toward the building, he said, "There's shelter over there."
How about a car?
A car? Grant lifted his eyebrows.
Yeah, a car. Johnny said he met a man that had a car. You said it was hard to keep one working outside the dead spots, but I want to try.
Mackenzie raised her chin, feeling a little defiant. She didn't like being told what she could or could not do. Grant lifted an eyebrow. "You want a car because the little boy told you someone else had one."
It's a nice car,
Johnny mumbled.
Yes, I would much rather try to drive to wherever we are going next than end up with my feet a blistered, bloody mess like yesterday. It's embarrassing that you had to carry me.
"I didn't mind carrying you, Mackenzie," Grant replied.
Plus, Johnny will get tired if we have to walk, and we'll have to carry him. She deliberately didn't tell Grant that Johnny had been with the mysterious man in the leather jacket. It was best to leave Lucas out of it, or else Grant would insist on leaving Johnny behind. Mackenzie wasn't sure what the true story around Lucas actually was, but she didn't want to risk giving Grant more ammunition against Johnny. Mackenzie was certain the little boy was not a wraith. She trusted her instincts on the matter. After all, she was the one who had figured out Grace's true nature. Maybe it had been a fallacy on her part to just believe everything Grant had told her. It was possible he didn't know everything, or had a skewed perception after everything he'd endured. He had been adamant about Grace and had been wrong. Resting his hands on his hips, Grant sighed before motioning toward the building. "You might not be strong enough to maintain a car, Mackenzie. It's very difficult to do. I'm worried you'll drain yourself." "Let me try." Mackenzie wasn't about to budge in her determination to at least attempt to get a car in working condition. It might be difficult to sustain the vehicle outside a dead spot, but she wanted to at least see if she could. "Fine. There is a hearse parked behind the funeral home." "That's the funeral home?" Mackenzie balked at the thought of entering the building. It seemed foolish in light of all she had endured, but it made her uneasy. Some rural communities had the funeral home connected to the cemeteries. It made it much easier on the families. "I'll go into the building and find the key. You restore the car." Now that Grant was resigned to Johnny coming along, his irritation was dwindling. "Sound like a plan?" Mackenzie nodded. "Sounds good." Her palm felt sweaty against Johnny's fingers.
She hated to admit her own squeamishness about the funeral home. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw the dorsal fin of the great white still slicing through the dark water of the pond, and the dead body of the zombie. Was it really just 2 days ago that she had left Shreveport for Kerrville? It seemed like an eternity had passed. How quickly her mind had acclimated to her new reality. It was rather frightening. The thought of zombies stumbling around graveyards and great whites loitering in a pond should make her laugh or question her sanity, but now they seemed rather normal. Again, the thought that perhaps she was in a coma or having a mental breakdown drifted into her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She had to concentrate on dealing with the here and now.
"The shark's still there,"
Johnny said in a frightened voice.
"Why isn't it going away?"
Grant looked toward the pond and the dorsal fin. He didn't look very surprised by what he saw. Instead, he sighed. "Because it frightened Mackenzie," Grant answered simply. "Let's get a move on. No use standing around here." The funeral home was constructed out of quarry stone, so its walls were still standing. The roof had given way over time. Vines crept up the walls and wrapped around the termite-ridden posts of the portico. The long, narrow stained-glass windows had gaping holes in the colored glass. An aura of sadness and desolation clung to the building. A well of sympathy swelled inside of Mackenzie for all the families who had sat in the chapel of the building saying farewell to loved ones. Yet the darkness looming beyond the windows and gaping front doors gave her pause.
"I don't want to go in there,"
Johnny decided. "I'm going in. You can go with Mackenzie and try to get the car started." Grant pushed the front doors open completely and peered inside. "Mackenzie, do you mind fixing it? It'll make it easier for me to find the keys." A pang of doubt filled her when she realized the funeral home had not reacted like the farmhouse had the day before. She had completely restored the farmhouse without even giving it much thought. Dying had significantly lowered her ability to shape the dead spots, just like Grant had warned. Placing a hand on a post, she concentrated. She felt an inward strain, like a rubber band being drawn taut. Then the sudden release as the building transformed before her eyes. Grant peeked inside, flipped on a switch, and a hallway adorned with a red carpet and simple chandelier filled with light. "Perfect. I'll meet you in the carport."
"That was so cool,"
Johnny whispered, grinning. "It's like magic, right?"
"It is magic."
"I feel like Harry Potter right now," Mackenzie joked, walking along the restored walkway that led to the rear of the building.
"Who's that?"
Mackenzie hesitated, looking at the boy sadly. She kept forgetting that technically he was older than her.
"Well, he's a little boy with magic powers in a book from my time." "That sounds like a cool book."
"It is." The hearse was parked in the restored carport, but was a rusted hunk of metal with flat tires, shattered windows, a missing hood, and no engine. The hearse appeared to have been pale blue, and its shredded curtains may have been cream-colored.
"I think this is definitely from the 70s from the color,"
Mackenzie decided with a shiver. That decade was messed up.
"You can fix it, though."
Johnny gave her a confident smile. She was glad he had faith in her abilities. After restoring the funeral home, she felt a little light-headed, but she wasn't experiencing a headache yet. She had a feeling the restoration of the car might provoke one. Johnny set his hand on the car.
"I'll help you."
"Why, thank you. That's very kind." Mackenzie set her hand next to his, and again felt something inside of her straining, building, then finally releasing. This time the sharp, jagged pain behind her left eye didn't surprise her. She gasped slightly, pressing her hand to her brow, her vision abruptly dimming.
"Mackie?"
"I'm okay," Mackenzie answered quickly. The stabbing pain dissipated slowly into a more manageable throbbing headache. Clenching her eyes shut, She waited a few seconds before checking to see if her vision was restored. The Buick hearse sat before them perfectly polished, the chrome edging the windows and the headlights catching the light. The ivory curtains were fully restored, and the lightly tinted windows reflected her and the little boy.
"I knew you could do it,"
Johnny said proudly, patting the car's restored hood. "Let's hope it turns on and actually runs." She fished her Advil out of her purse and swallowed 2 of them dry.
"Did it make your head hurt?"
Johnny cocked his head, studying her thoughtfully.
"It used to make my brother's head hurt."
"I'll be fine." Trying the passenger door, she found it locked. Johnny cupped his hands and pressed his forehead to the dark-tinted windows in the back of the hearse, attempting to see through the crack in the privacy curtains.
"There's no coffin, and it's not as nice as Lucas's car."
"Johnny, don't mention Lucas to Grant, okay?"
"Why?"
There was a plaintive note in his voice. "Because Grant doesn't like Lucas. He thinks he's a bad man."
"That's because Grant is a bad man."
Johnny gave her a sour look, his small shoulders hunched.
"We should run away from him."
Unnerved by the boy's adamant viewpoint on the subject of Grant, Mackenzie sighed. Distrust of people made complete sense in this bizarre world where a stranger could be a friend, killer, or wraith. If not for Grant, she wouldn't have survived through the first day. She shuddered at the memory of the woman in the cafe. What had she been? To be upset at Johnny for his misgivings was unsympathetic to all he had suffered. "Grant is my friend," Mackenzie said at last. "I know you don't trust him, but I do."
"You shouldn't."
The seriousness in the little boy's look was disquieting. "Okay, I found the keys," Grant said as he emerged from the building. He held up the keychain with a white rabbit's foot dangling on one end and a big car key on the other. His gait paused when he saw the restored vehicle. "That's impressive. It might actually work." Johnny edged closer to Mackenzie and grabbed her hand. His dark brown eyes regarded Grant suspiciously. Either not taking note of the little boy's look or not caring, Grant walked around to the driver's side and unlocked it. "Well, at least we know the key is for this car," he said, grinning. The smile alleviated a lot of the stress Mackenzie hadn't even realized was building inside of her. Returning the smile, she waited for Grant to slide behind the driver's seat and unlock the passenger door and the one directly behind it. "Kids ride in the back," Grant said firmly. His eyes locked with Johnny's for a second. With his bottom lip jutting out defiantly, Johnny clung to Mackenzie. "It'll be more comfortable in the back," Mackenzie said encouragingly.
"Fine."
Johnny scooted into the rear seat, his wary expression not altering. "Fingers crossed it starts," Mackenzie said, closing the door. Johnny slid the curtain open and made a show of crossing his fingers. The interior of the car was all faux wood, chrome, and cream leather. She slid inside, tucked the purse at her feet, and belted herself in. "Love the decor, huh?" "I think the whole idea was to move away from the dourness of mourning," Grant observed. Having experienced a funeral recently, Mackenzie understood the sentiment, but it fell short in her opinion. There was comfort in the long-held traditions of mourning, the black hearse, the black funeral attire, and the solemnity of the service felt like reverences to not only the deceased loved one, but also the grieving survivors. It was hard to sit in the hearse and not think of Joshua. "Shall we try it?" Grant made a big show of pushing the key into the ignition. Nodding, Mackenzie rested her hand on the dashboard. She wasn't sure if the car needed a little push to start, but she was ready to do her so-called magic. Twisting the key, Grant pumped the gas. The vehicle roared to life in an instant.
Mackenzie shot Johnny a grin over her shoulder, and he gave her the thumbs up. Grant shifted gears and reversed the car out of the carport. The engine purred smoothly while the tires kicked up bits of gravel. "So far, so good." Grant lightly touched Mackenzie's arm. "You did a good job." The hearse slowly rolled up the drive behind the restored building to the parking area that was enclosed by an overgrown hedge. An old wood gate loitered in the tall grass blocking their way. "I'll get out and move it," Grant said, parking the car. "Need my help?" Grant gave the gate a quick study, then shook his head. "I'll be right back." The car door shut with a slight bang.
"We could go without him,"
Johnny said grumpily. Mackenzie watched Grant pull away vines and branches from the gate, then start to drag it open.
"He's a very nice man." "He's not a man. He's like that zombie. A monster."
Johnny scooted along the back seat and pressed his face to the window.
"Just like that guy."
He tapped the glass, indicating the zombie lying among the graves. Not having had a ton of experience with small kids since her days as a babysitter in her teens, Mackenzie felt frustrated at her inability to calm the tension between the little boy and Grant. They were both acting like petulant children when it came to each other, and it was annoying. Glancing out the windshield, she saw that Grant was almost done. Maybe once they were on the road, things would settle down.
"Mackie, the shark is still there. I can see it."
Craning her head, Mackie caught a glimpse of the dorsal fin circling the pond.
"Well, it's stuck there." "I don't like it."
"Me neither." Grant finished shoving open the old wood gate and kicked some dead branches off the road. Mackenzie was glad that they were finally leaving. Despite her earlier calm, she felt the familiar annoying buzz along her nerves.
"Mackie,"
Johnny wailed.
"It's coming."
"What?" Mackie darted a look at the boy. The child was utterly terrified.
"The shark. It's coming."
Whipping about, Mackenzie immediately saw the source of the boy's ashen complexion. The dorsal fin no longer cut through the dark waters of the pond. Instead, it was slicing through the ground, tossing up clumps of dirt and rock. It was headed straight for them. Chapter 22. The impossibility of what she was witnessing froze Mackenzie in place. Her mind was unable to adjust to the terrifying sight of the tall dorsal fin slicing through the earth as though it were water. The sharp tip of its tail shimmied back and forth, propelling the creature toward the hearse.
"It's coming,"
Johnny shouted again.
"It's coming."
A strangled cry of fear burst out of her lips.
"Grant!"
The windows were rolled up, and he didn't appear to hear her. She flung the door open and screamed his name again. This time, he heard her and turned about with a quizzical look.
"Get in the car!"
Mackenzie shouted. Her heart was beating so rapidly, she could have sworn it was pounding against her sternum.
"There's a shark!"
Confusion molded onto his features. Grant hurried to the car. Mackenzie was relieved that he had lived long enough with the bizarre nature of this world to not question her. She ducked back into the car, slammed the door shut, and pulled on her seatbelt. Johnny's fingers clawed at her shoulder.
"Mackie is coming!"
Grant caught sight of the massive dorsal fin and tail right as he reached the driver's side door. Horrified, he flung himself onto the hood just as the dorsal fin swooped into the ground and vanished.
"Get in!"
Mackenzie screamed at him through the windshield. The car rocked violently. The seatbelt pinched her chest, pinning her to the seat. Behind her, Johnny whimpered. Grant held on to the car, legs and arms spread wide to brace himself. The dorsal fin smacked the side mirror on the passenger side. Again, the car was jostled as the huge shark slid past it.
"It's circling,"
Mackenzie gasped, her fingers unfastening the seat belt.
"It's circling!" "What does that mean, Mackie?"
"It's what they do to prey." Diving across the seat, she swiftly cranked the lever, manually rolling down the driver's side window. Grant saw what she was doing and pulled his body closer to the windshield. The enormous dorsal fin rose menacingly among the tombstones a couple 100 feet away. The fin was equal in height to quite a few of the headstones. Mackenzie felt her stomach drop. It was now bigger than it had been in the pond. Finished opening the window, Mackenzie scooted into her seat while Grant slid to the side of the hood and swung his legs into the window. Holding on to the edge of the roof, he maneuvered his tall frame into the car.
"Hurry!"
Mackenzie urged. She was unable to look away from the shark fin bearing down on the hearse. It was only a matter of seconds before the beast reached them.
"Grant! Get in!"
Grant was too tall to climb in easily, and he had to slant his upper body outward so he could completely fold his body inside. Behind his frantic motions, Mackenzie saw the shark head rise up from the dirt, its black, shiny eyes coming into view.
"Grant!"
She dug her fingers into his shirt and heaved him into the car. His body buckled, pulling his upper half into the hearse seconds before the shark lunged out of the ground. The shark rose up, mouth gaping wide, attempting to snag Grant. Grant threw himself backwards, falling into Mackenzie. Shoving her body against the door, Mackenzie screamed in terror. The shark's mouth was massive and filled with row upon row of razor-sharp, jagged teeth that were marred with dirt and bits of grass. The metal protested with a loud screech as the teeth dragged along the surface of the door before the shark vanished under the earth.
"Go, go, go!"
Mackenzie shouted. Johnny had yet to stop screaming. Shaking violently, Grant settled into his seat, slid the car into gear, and shoved his foot on the accelerator. The hearse rolled forward and out of the cemetery gates. The road was narrow and not well maintained. There were huge potholes, and the edges were crumbling. A mix of oak, pecan, and hackberry trees lined the road along with overgrown bushes. The cemetery was visible through the trunks of the trees to one side, and a wide-open field was on the other.
"Are we out of the dead spot?"
Mackenzie asked. It was difficult to talk. Between screaming and holding her breath in fear, she was a little winded. "Not yet," Grant answered tersely, checking his mirrors.
"Can it follow us?"
Grant didn't answer, the hearse continuing to accelerate.
"Grant! Can it follow us?"
She was answered by the car jolting hard to the right. Having forgotten to refasten her seat belt, she was tossed into Grant, making him tug on the steering wheel. The hearse clipped the bushes along the side of the road, but Grant quickly recovered. With frantic, shaking hands, Mackenzie buckled her seat belt while Grant secured his.
"Johnny, put on your seat belt,"
Mackenzie ordered. The little boy was still screaming. Twisting around, she saw he was on his knees, gripping the headrest on the rear seat while he watched the giant dorsal fin following the hearse. The dark gray triangular shape slid alongside the car, towering and majestic in its horrific reality.
"Johnny, put on your seat belt."
The fin edged closer to the hearse. Mackenzie tried to stretch her arm over the back of the seat to grab Johnny, but she couldn't quite touch him. The shark hit the car again, sending it careening across the road. Grant fought the wheel, struggling to direct the car away from the trees. Johnny toppled over, landing on the floor of the car. The hearse fishtailed for a few seconds before Grant recovered control. Sobbing, Johnny cowered on the floor.
"Make it go away." "Get your seat belt on, Johnny,"
Mackenzie ordered, as she shaped one into existence for the boy to wear. The silvery fin rose up behind the hearse again.
"Get on the seat and put it on now."
"He's doing this," Grant growled through gritted teeth.
his eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror. Shooting Grant a disapproving look, Mackenzie unlatched her seatbelt and leaned over the back of the seat to grab Johnny.
"I'm not doing it,"
Johnny sobbed.
"I'm not."
Her gaze kept shifting to the dorsal fin. It glided through the asphalt as though it were water. It even left a long furrow in the road in its wake. The shark skimmed along the surface, its snout churning up the blacktop and dirt layers beneath it. The flat black eyes were visible again, and Mackenzie had the eerie feeling of being watched. It was about 10 feet behind the hearse and gaining speed. Snagging Johnny under his arm, she heaved him upward. The seat was shoved into her diaphragm, making it hard to breathe, but she was determined to get the little boy secured. Overcome with fear, Johnny wept, his huge sobs racking his body.
"I don't want it to eat me,"
he wailed. "It won't." Mackenzie's fingers shook, making it difficult to secure the buckle at Johnny's waist.
"Mackenzie, it's about to hit us. Get into your seat."
Grant's voice was a growl of frustration. Another quick look revealed that the shark was directly behind the car now, its massive dorsal and tail fins rising above the roof of the hearse. The shark was even bigger than before, its massive maw opening to close on the back of the hearse. Mackenzie was so terrified she couldn't even make a sound. The buckle clicked, locking just before the shark struck. The jaws snapping shut, catching the end of the hearse. The window shattered, showering them with glass. Metal groaned as the roof bent inward. The car came to an abrupt stop, momentum propelling Mackenzie into the rear seat head first. She landed painfully on the floor, her body flipping over her head to smash into the seat and Johnny. Disoriented, she tried to right herself. Johnny was beyond sobbing or screaming now. Panic filled his tiny face. He grabbed her arm, helping her up. The scent of urine filled the car along with the smell of dead fish and burning rubber. The wheels squealed and the engine roared. The vehicle was held captive by the giant shark. As it shook its head violently, the people inside the car were jostled about, and Mackenzie's head slammed against the window. Her vision swam for a second. The metal frame gave another terrible groan. The ceiling over the spot where the coffins once rested collapsed further. The shark gnawed on the hearse, its huge body thrashing. Mackenzie attempted to regain her balance, but it was nearly impossible. From the front seat, Grant was swearing and grunting with anger. Still locked in place by his seatbelt, Johnny pawed at her, whimpering, desperate for her to hold him. She knelt on the floor beside him, her arms locked around his small frame. She could not help but gaze at the monstrosity holding the car captive. If only the massive mouth that filled her vision belonged to an animatronic shark, its teeth foam rubber, and its black predatory eyes simple plastic. She could see past its sharp teeth into its throat and see its gills flexing. She did not want to end up in that mouth.
"Grant, we need to go,"
she called out.
"I know that, but we can't. The boy made the shark. It won't let us go."
Johnny shook his head violently.
"No, no!"
The shark abruptly released the hearse and slid back underground. The wheels caught and the hearse limped forward. The steady thumping and jarring ride spoke of the 2 ruined rear tires. When Grant accelerated, the rims threw up sparks.
"Mackenzie, it's the boy. You have to face the truth. He's a wraith, and he's feeding off you and me."
"Shut up, Grant,"
Mackenzie shouted.
"I have to concentrate."
Gripping the edge of the leather seat, Mackenzie closed her eyes and poured her will into the car. She imagined it repaired, the wheels in perfect condition and the ceiling intact. A dagger of ice sliced through her brain, but she felt the car lurch forward as the restored tires caught the road. Opening her eyes, she grimly smiled. She couldn't fight the shark, but she could keep the car running. "Keep driving, Grant. I'll keep it maintained."
"I know you don't want to accept this, but the boy is a wraith, Mackenzie. He's the one doing this. We need to oust him so the shark will retreat."
"I don't believe that. Not for a second." She leaned forward, peering at Grant's profile. Fear and anger dulled his features and made him unattractive. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white with strain. "Stop saying that. He's scared to death back here, and so am I."
"He's feeding off of you. You're allowing this to happen. Why won't you listen to me? We made an agreement that you would obey me."
Grant struck the steering wheel angrily.
"Damn it, Mackenzie, I'm trying to save you."
The little boy, sitting in a pool of his own urine, clinging to her arm with all his might, stared at her with the biggest, darkest eyes she had ever seen. Quakes of fear rippled through his small frame, and his eyes were glossy with terror. "And I'm trying to save all of us," Mackenzie snarled in return. She created a seat belt and buckled herself into the seat next to the little boy and let him lay claim to her right arm. She pressed her left hand to the seat and fought against her own fears. Grant's declarations were a godsend in a way. His words were making her angry, therefore freeing her from the paralyzing anxiety. The hearse rushed along the road at full speed, Grant expertly avoiding the bigger holes in the road. Mackenzie kept a watch for the shark, craning her head, studying the terrain. Maybe they had passed out of range for the massive creature. The shark surfaced beside the vehicle and swerved, ramming it. The force sent them sliding across the road and into a thicket of bushes. The car plowed through the foliage, the bumpy ride tossing Mackenzie around and slamming her into the door beside her. She kept her hand firmly against the seat, willing the car to mend. Grant jerked the car onto the road, and the hearse raced onward. The shark continued this tactic. It would disappear beneath the ground, only to reappear alongside the car before butting it with its head, sending the vehicle spiraling. Keeping the hearse drivable was sapping Mackenzie's strength and giving her a head-splitting headache, but she resolutely continued restoring the hearse.
"Mackenzie, we can't take much more of this,"
Grant exclaimed, fighting the wheel. The shark struck again, pushing them into the field. The hearse's wheels churned up the soft earth, struggling to find purchase while the shark circled. "Hurry!" Mackenzie urged him.
"I'm trying."
Grant reversed the car, trying to get the wheels to grip the ground. "It's coming," Johnny whispered hoarsely. "It's coming." The great white swam through the field toward them, its head lifting. From the angle it was approaching, if it managed to bite the car, it would trap Johnny under its jaws. "Grant!" Mackenzie yanked on Johnny's seatbelt. "Grant, move this car!"
"Let it have him," Grant shouted at her. "He's the wraith controlling it. It won't kill him, and we'll be free of the boy's power."
"No!" Mackenzie yanked Johnny out of his seat, hauled him into her arms, and huddled against the car door. She was tempted to climb out of the car and run for it, but she knew instinctively they would never make it. The hearse sluggishly crawled out of the field. "Hurry, hurry!" Mackenzie ignored Johnny's wet bottom and the snot covering his face. She held him protectively, fearing the strike that would put her close to the jaws of the great shark. The ground near the road was firmer, and the hearse rolled out onto the road just as the shark rose up. Grant whipped the wheel about, spinning the car so the shark's teeth scraped the tailgate, ripping it clean off. Recovering control, Grant U-turned as the shark vanished, the car bouncing over the broken asphalt left behind by its passing. Mackenzie didn't bother to repair the tailgate. Johnny stared at her with glazed eyes, his fingers gripping the collar of her jacket. "I won't leave you," she promised. A tidal wave of emotion swept over her. She had broken her unspoken promise to Joshua to always protect him and keep him safe. He had died, and she had left him alone, buried in his tiny coffin. The boy in her arms was not her son, but he was innocent and alone, just like Joshua. She didn't care what Grant said or thought. In her heart, she knew that the little boy in her arms needed her.
"We can't keep this up, Mackenzie," Grant said in a lower, more controlled tone. "You can't keep the car running forever. The shark is going to get us if we don't get rid of the wraith."
"He's a little boy, Grant."
Her voice sounded ragged and tired. The stabbing pain ripping through her head was not diminishing, but growing.
"Please, Mackenzie. You sound